Алло, да. Добрий день.
ఓకే. Hey, good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you're dialing in from. We will start maybe in another 2 minutes. I note we are about 55 participants right now. We are expecting about 70 plus. So let's just give 2 more minutes to some more colleagues to join and then we will start.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Okay, Karen, can we cut the music? Thank you. All righty. Thank you, everyone. Let's start. I believe we have about 60 colleagues on the call, hopefully more joining very soon. So Karen, can we flip to the next slide, please? Okay, now just keep clicking every few seconds. Thank you. Okay, gentlemen, ladies, you will see some numbers on the screen now. 161. Any guesses on what this is? 161 accidents or injuries that have occurred within V Group full ship management vessels in the first half of the year. That literally means almost one injury, even if it is minor, happening almost every single day. So first half, almost a single day, one injury happening. Next, of this, 46 have been for those individuals who have been in the organization for 5 years or more. What does that mean? Perhaps there is some form of complacency setting in, right? That could be the reason. 69% of our vessels, when inspected by a port state inspector, have a flawless inspection. That means not even a single observation, which is fantastic, right? So almost 70% vessels inspected by PSC inspectors do not get any observations at all. But that being said, 0.75% of the inspections typically then result in a detention. What that means, so 0.75% somewhat translates that every 135 vessel inspections that happen, there could potentially be one detention happening. Now, this obviously is not a very interesting trend. This is something we absolutely need to reverse. We do not want even a single port state inspection detention happening. Let's see, number 5 on top left. What is that? That's the number of fire incidents we have happened in the fleet. So 5, again, too many. We need to address this issue. 13 on the far right is the number of grounding and collision or elisions. So why am I showing you this? Well, the reason is 25 odd years ago, when I first started my seagoing career, I had the opportunity of attending one of the seminars, or rather my first seminar. And I was really fascinated or floored by the kind of information that was shared in that seminar. Senior representatives from the organization were on the call, or they were available in the face-to-face environment at those times. And there was immense amount of information, statistics, the opportunity to speak to each other, the opportunity to ask questions to anybody on the call or to anybody in the audience. That was a phenomenal experience. Next, please, Karen. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Sartaj Gill. I am leading the training services organization at V Group, and I'm responsible for your development. Anything related to training, your career progression, your development is part of our team's responsibility. So that's why we are here today. This is the 4th virtual officer seminar we are doing for V-Ships Chennai since this lockdown happened. And in the last 3, we have totally covered about 120 to 125 officers from India, Ukraine, Bangladesh. Today, we have seafarers from Ukraine and India predominantly on the call, mostly from Ukraine, but quite a few from India as well. The split between senior officers and junior officers is more or less same. It's almost 50-50, so it's a good mix. And you will also find a lot of shore colleagues. So we have colleagues dialing in from obviously the Chennai fleet cell. We have colleagues joining in from UK. I'm dialing in myself from Singapore. And then we also have owner's representative, Ms. Karina is on the call, who is the CFO of Pioneer. So you will see there is a very good mix. And obviously, not to forget, the team behind this entire kind of program who will be monitoring the slides, facilitating it, are based out of the Philippines, also training services. So overall, it's every member of the team coming together to make this virtual seminar happen. So welcome to every one of you. I hope that you and your families are safe, doing well, and that you can devote the next 300 to 350 minutes to this virtual seminar fully committed. Next, please. Okay, quick agenda. The next person on the session will be Mike Bradshaw. In V Group, we are heavily focused on safety. So we start all our meetings, whether it's in the office, officer seminars, everything with a safety moment. So he will lead us through that. Unfortunately, Bjorn Sprotte, our CEO of ship management, due to unforeseen circumstances, will not be able to join the session, although he was meant to be on this seminar and to speak to all of you all. However, we regret that. And then Pradeep will update us on any messaging that he would have had. But as you would see, all the statistics I showed on the call, all those aspects will be addressed. So you will have port state inspection sessions, you will have HSCQ excellent safety moments. The client will come and talk to us about their expectations. So Corina will be there. Technical as well as crewing will be talking to you. And then obviously there is one session in the end, which is about your career development, competence management system, and learning. So now let's talk about some of the ground rules. How do we manage the session? How do we make this more engaging? What are some of the tools that you can use in Zoom? So Zoom is fairly easy, and I'm sure in today's world, last 18 months, when all of us have been sitting at home, you would have attended a lot of these sessions. So If you have headphones, please use those. If not, if you have a good speaker, notebook, PC, whatever, just make sure your sound is good. Please remain muted at all times if you're not speaking. If you're speaking, we will ask somebody to unmute you, and then you will be able to unmute and ask a question. At the bottom part of your screen, and obviously depending on what configuration you use, sometimes on the top left as well, there is a chat button. If at any time you want to send a message, ask a question, or anything at all, keep opening the chat button and type in your message. It will help us if you can type in the name of the person you are asking the question to. If it is not specific to any individual or a department, please feel free to type the question again. And our team will keep consolidating that, and we will answer those questions during the Q&A sessions, which we have arranged throughout this session. There is a raise your hand function. I think in this Teams meeting, there is no perhaps raise your hand function. Yeah, I don't think so. Let me see, reactions. Now, yes, you have. So in my thing, it's under reactions. So you have a logo called reactions. Depending on what, again, software you're using, what version, you can raise your hand and then the team will unmute you. There are a lot of emojis, right? So you can click on something like I'm doing right now. You can clap, you can give a thumbs up, you can do whatever you feel like. So if you like a presentation, please give some encouragement. It's helpful. And we really need to make this session super engaging. Ask as many questions as you like, because this is for you. We don't want to just keep on talking one way. You need to ask us questions and we would be happy to address those. Next, please. So last but not the least, how do we make this engaging? Well, as we go along, what we will do is we will randomly pick different people, right? So we will try and make it engaging. We will ask somebody, Captain XYZ, Chief Engineer so-and-so, can you answer this? Can you give us the best 5 takeaways from the previous session that you have seen? So we will make sure that you are really, really engaged and everything is being followed through properly. Do we have a deal? Everybody okay? Can I see yes in the chat box? Can I ask everybody to write yes in the chat box, please? Let's see. Let's give some exercise to the fingers. Excellent. I see some movement. Very good. Very good. Good. So seems like people are understanding the functions. Can I have some clapping? Can I have some thumbs up signs from the emotions or reactions button? Let's see if that works. Okay, good, excellent. All right, so with that, I would now like to hand over the microphone to Mike Bradshaw. He is a global head of HSEQ and he will have the safety moment for us. Thank you very much. Over to you, Mike.
Good morning and thank you, everybody. Sartaj, just to confirm, you can hear me okay this morning? Perfect, okay.
Yes, perfect.
Why we have safety moments at the start of every meeting at V-Ships is to focus our minds towards safety. And a good safety moment is something that everybody that listens to it and takes part in it can take forward into their professional and personal lives. So today we've heard from Sartaj already. We've seen a lot of numbers on the screen, and Sartaj told us that there was 161 accidents, 161 of our colleagues that have been injured to some serious or lesser extent this year. I'm only going to talk to you about one incident this morning. And if you can put the next slide on, please, Karen. Thank you. Hopefully, while you've been on leave, you've received through the Seafarers app a podcast that is that describes the incident I'm already going to talk about. Okay. But if you haven't heard about this accident, please give this your full attention. On the 15th of May this year, we lost one of our colleagues. We lost one of our colleagues that has worked for V-Ships since 2005. We worked for one of our colleagues that was 60 years old and had 3 children at home. And it was preventable. This was the first fatal accident that we've had in our fleet since 2019. And to put some more numbers in front of you, we've worked 205 million hours by you, our seafarers, 205 million hours since the last fatal accident. And possibly that leads to a bit of complacency, as Sartaj mentioned before. So what happened to our colleague on the 15th of May? Well, our colleague, the second engineer, Ramveer, he was getting off the ship. He was getting off the ship having done his full contract on board, 6 months on board. And along with the chief officer and the electrical officer, they were transferring to another vessel in the Singapore anchorage, and they were transferring by launch. The vessel had left our management, so Ramveer and his two colleagues were the last of the V-ship's crew to disembark the vessel. And getting on and off the ship is something that we as seafarers do on a regular basis. Maybe we take it for granted. But on this day, the weather was not great. The weather was rough. The seas were choppy. On this day, the launch that came to take Ramveer and his two colleagues to another vessel was driven by a one-man launch operator. And on this day, there was no risk assessment or planning for this disembarkation and transfer to the other vessel. So a collection of errors and a collection of leading events that led to this tragic accident. When Ramveer was the second person to disembark the vessel, one of his colleagues had already got down into the boat with difficulty and was watching events unfold as Ramveer came down the accommodation ladder. There was no consideration to stop the job during this transfer, even though the weather was bad, even though it was really difficult for the first person to get into the boat. No decision was made to stop the job. Thoughts were, we need to keep going. There were 6 life jackets on deck in a box next to the accommodation ladder disembarkation point. 6 life jackets, but no one decided to wear them. And as the vessel was not captained by our crew anymore, it wasn't under our management, no one on board insisted on it. But our officers were senior officers, but they walked past the life jackets and disembarked the vessel. The fact that the launch was driven by one person only is significant, because when Ramveer fell into the water, the boat was incapable of rendering assistance to rescue him. And in Singapore anchorage, it had become common practice for one-man launch operations, and has also become common practice for joining and leaving by accommodation ladder, rather than a pilot ladder and accommodation ladder combination. The draft of the freeboard of this vessel was 13 meters. The incline of the gang of the accommodation ladder was steep. Ultimately, there was a lack of supervision as to what was happening as our colleagues disembarked the vessel. So we as an organization must learn from what went wrong. Can you move to the next slide, please, Karen? Next slide, please, Karen. Thank you. So if you have heard our podcast into this accident, you'll be familiar with these words. But if not, let us look at them closely now. I mentioned earlier that we'd gone 205 million exposure hours since our last fatal accident. And in fact, 2020 was our best year ever for health and safety. We had the lowest accident rates, the lowest incident rates, the best port state control performance, the best vetting performance. So maybe there was a level both on board that vessel on that day and in the organization that nothing bad has happened, so nothing bad will. Sartaj mentioned it. It's complacency. And it is at the root cause of many accidents and incidents that our central HSEQ team look at. But how do we get rid of it? Bjorn Sprott, our CEO, said in the podcast, a strong safety culture does not rely on luck. It relies on each and every one of us being safety vigilant, challenging ourselves and our colleagues. Is this safe? Am I happy to continue with this task? And we must all have a high level of curiosity that something might go wrong. Had that level of curiosity been present on board that vessel on the 15th of May, we're quite sure life jackets would have been worn. We're quite sure that the job would have been stopped after the first person struggled to get into the boat. And we're quite sure that our colleague Ramveer would be here with us today. So please, as you go through the rest of this conference, as you prepare to join your next vessel, be safety vigilant, be curious, ask yourself, can something go wrong to me or my colleagues? Is this safe? And make sure if you're senior officers, when you're delegating tasks, you have toolbox talks at the work site where the job is going to take place to talk about these hazards and give everyone that works for you the chance to say, I'm not comfortable. This is the most important message that you can take forward to your next vessel. So that ends the safety moment for today, Sartaj, and I wish you a successful conference, and thank you for letting me present.
Thank you very much, Mike, and thanks for taking this time, early morning UK time right now, so much appreciated. So ladies and gentlemen, everybody on the call, let's take that key takeaway from this session, right? We want every single one of our seafarer colleagues, every single one of our shore colleagues, obviously, to be working safely and to be going back home safe. A fatality is never a good thing to happen to anybody, and never in the fleet at all. So with that, let me introduce next speaker. Unfortunately, like I said, Bjorn is not able to join us due to unforeseen circumstances. So I would like to now invite Pradeep. Pradeep Kale is the Managing Director for V-Ships India. And this entire virtual seminar is basically being delivered by the Chennai team, the India operations team. So most of the seafarers on this call are sailing or will be sailing on board the India fleet. So further ado, Pradeep, floor is all yours.
Yeah, thank you, Sartaj, and thanks, Mike, for sharing that very, very tragic accident with us. I think our hearts go out to our fellow colleague, and I think that is the basis of what I'm going to be speaking about today. At the end of it, when we talk about service excellence and we talk about safety leadership, it boils down to two things: personal safety and operational safety. The flawless operations automatically come out of personal safety and operational safety. And this is what my topic is, and I'm very, very passionate about it. Can you go to the next slide, please, Karen? So I have spent 47 years in the shipping industry, and I've been a seafarer like you for 20 years on various ship types. I have been master on tankers and LPG vessels. I spent 10 years with Anglo-Eastern, a management company, and then I've spent 17 years with TK Corporation, which is owner-operator in various management positions, senior management positions, including I was heading HSEQ for the entire group in TK for a number of years. So I am extremely passionate about getting each and every one of you home safely. Yeah, so I can't reiterate that more. And I have already told my team here, there is no question of taking shortcuts. And there is absolutely, I will support you 100% if you say that this job is not safe. We will look for another way of doing that job safely. Yeah, but please do not carry out a job that puts yourself or your colleagues in harm's way. I joined V-Ships in April 2021, and I'm honored to be working with all of you. And I look forward to taking this office to a very, very different level. I would like to be that it becomes the best office in V-Ships and the most safest office in V-Ships. So with that, I think that's an introduction about myself. I have, in these 47 years, seen a lot of things go wrong, very seriously wrong. At the same time, I've seen things going wonderfully well. So I think, with that experience, I think I come into this position, and I am all set to, make sure that we have a safe operation. Next slide, please, Karen. So very, very simply, the two ingredients for service excellence, and if anybody asks you what are the two ingredients for service excellence, it's getting our seafarers home safely. Yeah, that's the first thing. And the second is delivering flawless customer service through safe and efficient operations. So if you recollect, Sartaj mentioned, he mentioned 161 incidents. And if you ask me, I mean, there were people who did not go home safely to their families with all their limbs intact. They didn't go home in the same way as they joined the ship. Yeah. And let's face it, all of us, I have been a seafarer. I have had a family back home waiting for me. Yeah. And I'm sure all of you would like to work in a safe environment. Yeah, please, anyone who says that he doesn't want to work in a safe environment, I think is nobody is going to say that. Everybody says, I want a safe environment to work in. I would like to get home safely. Yeah, and I recognize this as an ex-seafarer. Yeah, because I had a family back home who wanted me back home safely at the end of my tour of duty. Yeah, and the other thing is, of course, delivering flawless customer service, which actually encompasses a lot of things. It's about PSC inspections, as Sartaj mentioned. On tankers, it is vetting inspections. It's good customer service. No incidents is part of flawless customer service. No spills is part of flawless customer service. So some of the photographs are representative of some of the real serious disasters that happen on board ships, like collisions, spills, and of course, personal accidents. So this is something which, if we can, get rid out of our lives on board, automatically the service excellence falls into place. All right, next slide, please. So while we are on the first ingredient, as I said, was safety leadership, and safety leadership is about personal safety. So if we can, I believe that if we can keep ourselves safe, we keep the ship safe, because personal safety automatically drives operational safety. And if we keep the ship safe, we keep our shipmates safe. So it's basically a dynamic sort of, loop where operational and personal safety go hand in hand. Next slide, please, Karan. I want to ask you this question. I said, why do we go out to sea? Putting a ship out to sea is risky business. I mean, let's not for a moment say that putting a ship out to sea is like taking a walk in the park. It is risky business. Yet we do go out to sea. I have been out to sea. Many of you are at sea today. We go out to sea because of our families. And when we do go out to sea because of our families, remember, every time you're doing a job, your family wants you back home safely. Can I go to the next slide, please, Karen? So, as I say, your family wants you back home safely at the end of your tour of duty. And I would say you owe them that. Yeah, you owe your family to get home safely at the tour of duty, because at the end of the day, many of you might have seen accidents, as I have. People have not gone back home to their families. People have gone with limbs missing. It destroys their career. It destroys their livelihood. And can you imagine if somebody has chemicals splashed in their both eyes, they cannot live a full life. That life is basically, what's the quality of life? So every time we want to take a shortcut, let us remind ourselves, that we want to get home safely and your family waits for you back home. Okay, so just remember this every time, there is a sort of urge to take a shortcut, or if you see something that is not right, please stop that. Don't walk past it. Next slide, please. So I know you must be wondering what this photograph is about. Nobody gets up in the morning and says, today I shall get injured. Correct me if I'm wrong. No one says that. Yet we have, as Sartaj and Mike have mentioned, we have incidents, we have fatalities, we have serious accidents. And so let us examine what causes this to happen. Because if we know what causes it to happen, we will be able to stop it from happening, and we would be able to actually check our colleagues also. Because whenever an incident takes place, it is an unconscious decision made by people. Sometimes conscious, but a lot of times it is unconscious decision taken by people. So let's, and that's what causes the accident. Next slide, please, Karen. Can I go to all the various this thing? Yeah, can you put all of them up? So if you look at all the biases that we have, let me start from the expectation bias. And it was mentioned by Mike. A number of these biases were mentioned by Mike, and I will elaborate, and I'll actually give you an example back to the reality of that fatality that happened where we lost one of our colleagues on our watch. Expectation. One of the things is many of our tasks on board are done repeatedly. It's done a number of times. And we expect it to happen the same way, the next time. For example, a great example for the deckside guys is anchoring a vessel. Or for the engineers, it is a main engine decarb. We've done it many, many times. And so you expect exactly the same thing to happen every time. But let's ask ourselves something. Is it always the same? You've got a new set of officers every time on the bridge. You've got a new set of engineers. You've got different type of currents. You've got different traffic. You've got different type of other ships have different people on board. So at the end of the day, when we expect something to fall into a sequence and it does not happen, that's when an accident takes place. And believe me, those who believe that every time will be a first time are the ones that normally will not have an accident. Because this expectation bias is removed. Let's move on to the next one, efficiency bias. Mike mentioned this, that, we have gone up and down gangways and pilot ladders many, many, many times. I mean, in our seafaring lives, we've done it many times. We do it again many times. Does that mean that if we have taken a shortcut once, the problem is if you take a shortcut once and nothing happens, the mind tells us that, oh, last time I did it, I've done it 20 times in the past. I've gone down a ladder without a life jacket and nothing has happened. But again, ask yourself the question, is every time the same? That day in Singapore, and I've lived in Singapore, I know that many times the sea is extremely calm. But if it is choppy, it can be pretty choppy. And that was the difference that day. And as a result, what was done before did not necessarily it didn't follow the same pattern that time. So the other thing that happens with this is actually peer pressure. People say, oh, never mind, it's okay. Just get off, you're going ashore. Never mind, don't bother about putting on a life jacket. And that's where I think things go wrong. So actually, as senior officers, many of you are senior officers and many of you are officers who will be manning a gangway. My request to you is we are supplying life jackets, inflatable life jackets. We can supply them. You need to enforce that people wear them, because one day that might save a fellow seafarer's or fellow shipmate's life. So my request to you is please make sure that we knock off this efficiency bias as well. Let's move on to control bias. Control bias is, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Always remember that we feel as human beings, we feel that we are in more control than we actually are. And I'll tell you something that a a master of mine told me long ago when he was training me in ship handling. He told me, keep one ahead movement in your pocket and you will be always a happy person. And what he meant was, if your mind tells you go at half ahead, you go at slow ahead. Yes, so that gives you more time to think. Remember, how many people on the road drive their cars faster than the speed limit? You go around and have a look. Do you think they're in control of their car? Not really. But yet they drive faster. And if you have throw in 6 airbags and adaptive cruise control, then this control bias becomes even worse, because now you feel, hey, even if I touch something, I will have airbags inflating. Yeah, same thing applies to ships. Yeah, the more automation we have, the more safeguards we have, we feel we are safe. But are we really safe? Ask that question. The next one is value bias. Now, value bias is about people looking for a promotion. So let's say if you're a master and your chief officer is trying to please you because he's looking for his command next trip, do you think he's going to turn around and tell you, Captain, I'm not going to do this job because it's unsafe? You have to recognize this. We all have to recognize this as leaders, that when we give a job, whether it's maybe an OS looking for a promotion to AV, yeah, or somebody going ashore, he's trying to finish a half an hour job in 10 minutes because there's a boat leaving the gangway and he wants to go ashore. And remember, with the incident that Mike mentioned, value bias was probably one of the reasons, because they were getting ashore to go home. What could be a more compelling reason? We have all been at sea. When we are all ready to go ashore, our mind is all geared to go ashore. Yeah. And as a result of which, that was something that said, never mind, I'm just going to get off the ship without a life jacket. Nobody challenged that person. And the last one is, of course, familiarity bias. Yeah, it's like, I know this job like the back of my hand, and I've done it so many times. But as I said, with expectation bias, is the job exactly the same? That's something which we need to ask ourselves. And this is how it impacts personality of different people. Yeah. So I just wanted to share this with you, because this box of biases, if we can overcome, we will automatically have lesser incidents. Next slide, please. I'm sure you have seen similar simple, these are all simple onboard tasks. I mean, people walking around, yeah. And I'm gonna, next slide, please. Very, very simple tasks. I mean, all I'm saying is, if you see something like this on board, yeah, please do not walk past it. Because if we walk past it, because it's very important, what you say and what you do not say is actually equally important. Yeah, next slide, please. Because at the end of the day, when we talk about critical culture building, yeah, at the end of the day, remember, it is about each one of us stepping up and speaking up, because at the end of the day, that is what creates a safety culture in an organization. Yeah. And like I said, we have gone and supplied life jackets. Please enforce. That's only one example. There are, if you look at it, we supply the right PPE. And if, of course, your ship does not get the right PPE, please feel free to reach out either to the DPA or to myself. Yeah. I tell you that because I would want to walk the talk. When I say be safe, I need to provide you with the tools to be safe. Next slide, please. Those of you who have children must have seen this happen. And correct me if I'm wrong, I have seen it happen, yeah, with my kids. Yeah, some of these. Now, I'd like to ask you, if you see a child doing this, or let's go to the next slide. If you see your family or your brother crossing a road with using a mobile phone, or your family the way they're riding that bike, what would you do? Yeah, what would you do? And I know the answer. The answer is you would stop this person right away. Yeah. And the issue is, why do you stop this person right away? The reason is because you care about this person. Yeah, because they are family. You care about them and it's compelling for you to stop these people. So let's move on to the next slide. I'd like to ask you, who are these people? Yeah, you spend half your lives with these people on board. Yeah, your shipmates. I mean, I spent half my life with my shipmates when I was sailing, and believe me, they are more than acquaintances. They're much more than acquaintances. They are actually part of your life, because some of them you make very dear friends with for life. Basically, I have come across people even 40 years later, and it was as if it was just yesterday we parted ways. So I'm sure I would have asked this question if I was standing in front of you, but I'm sure if there's a show of hands, many of you would have sailed with each other a number of times. Yeah, and you spend 50% of your time on board a ship. Yeah, so this is your second family away from home. This is your family. So if you can look after your family back home, this is the family you need to look after to get yourself and your shipmates back home safely, to their family back home. So just remember this. This is a message from me. Let's start stepping up and speaking up, because whether you speak up or you do not speak up, it's equally bad. Because if you walk past something that is not right, it sends a message that I accept this, But at the same time, sometimes we say something which is controversial, which also sends a wrong message. As I mentioned, if I tell you that we want you to be safe and I don't supply you with PPE, that's not walking the talk. Next slide, please. That's a very compelling photograph, and I think you'll all recognize this photograph of when you reach home. Yeah, it's the hugs you get, and basically it is the feeling. It's an amazing feeling as a seafarer, to get home safely to your family, be able to say, I've completed a good tour of duty, and I'm here now to spend the next few months at home with the family, valuable time with the family. That's extremely important for a seafarer. And I recognize this. I think, I've been in this position, and it is something that is a great moment, I believe, when you first time meet your family after a couple of months. So all I can say is, let us work together as one team to get all our colleagues back home safely, because this is important for all of us. It should be important. It should be the topmost priority for all of us, as it is for me. Okay, so this is my first part of my presentation about personal safety, and I'm very, very passionate about this. That each one of you gets home safely. Next slide, please. So let's move on to flawless operations. I think we spoke about personal safety. I just want to reiterate, I don't believe in ship and shore, them and us. We are one team. Yeah. And as a team, we make the team successful. Yeah. Now, if you recollect, Sartaj mentioned that we had 69% flawless. Can you go back, please, Karen? We had 69% flawless PSC inspections, which says a great story, if you ask me. I mean, it's a fantastic story. But on the other side, if I hear that we have 0.75% detentions, well, actually, we are all professionals. We should be picking up stuff on board our ships and carrying out and be ready at all times for PSC to come on board or a vetting inspection to happen, because they are not the ones who should be picking up things. We should be picking up all this internally. Next slide, please. This is Virat Kohli. Yeah, he's a pretty international, well-known figure. He leads the Indian cricket team. And just like any other sportsman who is passionate about the sport, he ensures that his team makes him a success, because I am a firm believer that, the success lies in the team. Yeah, the team makes a leader successful, or the team makes a leader a failure. Yeah. So at the end of the day, remember, each one of us needs to set up our team for success by coaching, guidance, mentoring. Because at the end of the day, if your team is successful and is willing to follow you, you are successful. People say, oh, fantastic, that captain is amazing, or that chief engineer is amazing, or that manager is amazing. And the other thing that Virat Kohli embodies is consistent performance. Yeah. It's not that one time flash in the pan. Every time his performance is consistent. And that comes out of being passionate about something you very, very strongly believe in. Next slide, please. So let us see what comes out of what's required for this teamwork. For teamwork, one of the first things is trust. Yeah. What does trust do? If you trust somebody, it improves the speed of a transaction. Otherwise, if you don't trust somebody, you do a 10 times check whether this guy is trying to dupe me or not. Yeah. If you trust somebody, you're going to take his word at face value. And that's what I want to set up here. I think I would like all of us to be transparent. I recognize that people make mistakes. And remember, even I make mistakes. Yeah. So at the end of the day, there is no harm in putting your hand on your heart and saying, well, I made a mistake. Yeah. The idea is to learn from that mistake and move forward so that it never happens again anywhere in the fleet. Yeah. So that is my request to you. Let's be transparent. Let us share things. I have just put in place a debrief process. The first debrief was carried out, and it was carried out by the master who had the incident. And I think it is extremely important for me, because that incident, the master who had that incident would never have that incident again. But what about the rest? We had to share his story with the rest, so that basically you make sure that you learn from somebody else's mistakes. And that's why it is so important, this trust and transparency in building a robust team. Next slide, please. The next one is support. Yeah. I believe that all of us are here ashore, me and my team, because you guys are at sea. Yeah. And we are here to provide that necessary support to you. So if you have a challenge, I believe it's not your challenge, it is our challenge. Our challenge. So please reach out in good time with transparency, and let's together start resolving the issues, because that's the way it should be, as one team. Next slide, please. The next one is, of course, goes without saying, is teamwork. And what is teamwork? Teamwork is the ability to work together towards a common vision and goal. Yeah, it's a common platform to work to reach a goal. One of the key things in teamwork is communication. Yeah. Now, if you've seen a soccer team play, they have certain communication ways of making sure that the pass goes to the right person. And that's how goals are scored, right? I would say we should concentrate on the task at hand. The goal automatically falls into place. When you're playing soccer, you don't look at the goal. You look at the ball. And you look at the ball and play the ball. Ultimately, yes, you do score a goal. So that is what teamwork is all about. Next slide, please. It would be very remiss of me if I didn't touch on resilience, because each one of us is different. Yeah, each one of us reacts to bad news differently. And I've put up a few photographs here just to highlight what resilience is. You'll recognize the photograph on the left is Nelson Mandela, an iconic figure in the world, spent 28 years in a prison. He comes out of prison, pretty harsh imprisonment, and with incredible positivity. He says, we're going to build a nation. And he was the father of South Africa. Yeah, even despite of all the adversities. The second photograph on the top is there are people who are born with genetic and birth deformities. There are people who lose their limbs in a battlefield. Amazing resilience to be able to then perform in a Paralympic. Amazing resilience. Can you imagine with that handicap to be able to step up and challenge oneself to reach that success? And the third photograph is a photograph of an earthquake. There are people come across natural disasters and communities come together and bounce back. So at the end of the day, resilience, everybody has a different threshold for resilience in the team. And let's face it, it is for each one of us to make sure that we pick the other people up. There will be some people who get depressed. Yeah, some people who react differently to an incident when an incident takes place on board. They feel low about it. But at the end of the day, a good team supports each other. They support each other and make sure that the team bounces back after bad news. Okay, so the next slide, please. So at the end of the day, a strong team is a resilient team. And while everybody is not the same, there would be some who would be stronger than others. And I think developing resilience gives us the skill to improve our response in difficult times. Because if you are stressed out or in panic, the response can never be good. So it's for those who will say, hey, let's step back for a moment. It need not be the senior most. Let's step back for a moment, take a deep breath, and then tackle this issue. So that's what resilience is all about. Next slide, please. I'd like you to look at this last few slides of mine. I know you must be wondering, what is this Airbus 380 doing on a maritime slide? Yeah. Watch this landing very carefully and I will speak through it then. Okay, so here is a case of an extremely amazing piece of equipment. Yeah, amazing equipment. And let's face it, the pilot here has been battling crosswinds and landed the aircraft safely. It's not the aircraft, it's not the equipment on board, it's not the instrument landing system at the airport. At the end of the day, it is each one of us. It's the people who are the differentiator, not the machine. Yeah, and we are in a similar boat. I mean, we are on a ship where the environment is changing all the time. We need to adapt to that environment to make sure that we counterbalance whatever is being thrown at us either by nature or by the circumstances. So remember, you are the differentiators in making a success or not. Next slide, please. So as we say, humans are not bottlenecks or liability. They are facilitators that allow complex adaptive systems to operate safely and effectively in extremely complex and variable environments, because the environment keeps changing. No two times is the same. So remember, you are the ones who make this happen, and you do make it happen on and on and on. Otherwise, we would have had an incident every day. But the fact that we don't have an incident every day, you're doing things absolutely right. But that few times when it does not happen, please step in and stop the operation. Yeah. Next slide, please. So all I'm saying is we are all safety leaders. It's up to each one of us. And I am a firm believer that safety has no rank. I have no problem in being stopped on board by a OS. And none of you should be, because that OS or AB or messman is looking after my or your safety. He's looking after us and making sure that I go home or you go home safely. So each one of us on board a ship or ashore are safety leaders. And all I'm requesting you to do is, when you see something not right, please step up, be that safety leader, stop people, challenge them, and let's get people home safely and have flawless customer service delivery. Okay, next slide, please. So here are some amazing brands. Now, again, if I was face-to-face with you, I would have asked you what these brands are. So let me tell you what these brands are all about. Everyone is special, yeah? And something that is special about these brands is quality. There's quality behind these brands. There is consistency in service delivery. There's reliability. And there's good customer service. And that is what gets us repeat business and gets people home safely. Now, you know something? I want V Group, to continue to be as one of these brands that the shipping industry looks towards to be the best of the best. And that's where each one of you comes in to make the difference. So with that, I think that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. And I think we work together to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Pradeep. Thank you very much. Quite impressive and interesting presentation, especially on the safety leadership, resilience, and connected with them flawless operations, flawless delivery to our services. Good afternoon, good morning to everyone. Let me introduce myself shortly. My name is Vitaly Kamenoy. I'm a captain. I'm a training superintendent, quality manager from V-Ships Odessa. I will take this ball from the Sartash and will facilitate today's seminar further on. I'm delighted to invite next two speakers, Bruce Wisby, the head of inspection of Australian Maritime Safety Authority, and Joshua Smith, principal marine surveyor, port state control from Australian Maritime Safety Authority, with their presentation on observations and trends of the port state controls in Australia. You're welcome, gentlemen.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. And good evening, afternoon, morning, whatever time it is, wherever you happen to be joining us from. My name is Bruce Whitby. As pointed out, I'm the head of inspections at AMSA. I'm also a seafarer. I spent 20 years at sea before I came ashore. Then I went and built FPSOs, built ships, and went for a while as a class surveyor and did a few other bits and pieces. Then I landed at AMSA, firstly as principal surveyor for port state control, but then as head of inspections. Josh and I put this presentation together this evening. Actually, mostly Josh put it together, just to give you an idea of some of the things that we see from the port state controls perspective. And I do have to say, I have known Pradeep for quite a long time from his time at TK. So 100% echo everything he said there. He doesn't just talk the talk, he walks the talk as well. So you're very lucky to have a man of his knowledge and his experience on your team. And like he said, it is teamwork. We approach port state control from a teamwork point of view as well, where we encourage masters, chief engineers, when we come on board to tell us openly that, I've got something wrong, something is broken, something needs fixing, and this is what we're doing about it. We like to turn around and say that if you're honest with us and you're doing the right thing, we'll let you go about your business. Indeed, we will help you if you face obstacles in doing that. We will be the first to put our hand out and try and assist you to doing that. PSC is not here to punish people. It's simply here to make sure that, as the earlier speakers have said, firstly, you go home to your families, but secondly, that the environment and the world that we live in is a good place for the next generation of people. So with that in mind, I'll hand over to Josh. He's going to kick off the presentation. He's going to be doing most of the speaking this evening. Over to you, Josh.
Thanks, Bruce. I'm going to assume everyone can hear me. If no one can, I'm sure Karen will say something. Quick bio on myself. I'm a master mariner. Worked on general cargo ships, product tankers, and passenger ships. When I had my kids, I came ashore and worked for Maritime New Zealand, overseeing all their domestic vessels, everything from whitewater rafting and whitewater kayaking to large passenger vessels. As Bruce said, I'm currently the principal surveyor for Port State. with oversight of all inspections of ships in Australia and all Australian ships overseas. First slide, please. So tonight, this morning, I'm hoping to present our current trends we find during PSC and some observations to assist mariners. Next slide. So the 5 topics I'm going to cover, we're going to talk about Maritime Labour Convention and what Australia is finding, container securing and what you can do to help that, operational requirements, what this means and how we approach an operational requirements issue, and 2 upcoming focused inspection campaigns, one on navigation safety and one on planned maintenance. Next slide. So MLC, the first topic about the safety moment, so I've just got my notes up to the screen. It actually resonated really well with me. It's something all of us at AMSA who have been seafarers, and indeed those who aren't, are very passionate about, is ensuring seafarers don't get injured or killed through routine tasks. Mick Kinley, our CEO, has spoken to both Bruce and I and expressed his concern that people are still dying from the same reason, in close spaces, falling from heights, basic normal activities. Some of the observations we see currently, seafarers not being paid in full at no greater than monthly infills. We find, unfortunately, quite commonly the owner has paid the manning agency in whatever country the manning agency happens to be in, then that manning agent has not on-forwarded those monies to the seafarers, meaning the seafarer is left with no money, their family, their dependents are left without income, often for months at a time. The ship owner has no idea. As far as they know, they've paid the manning agency. As far as they understand, everything has occurred that should have occurred. Sometimes seafarers are apprehensive to complain, and the situation doesn't resolve for months at a time. AMSA's process is that it is the owner's responsibility to ensure that a seafarer gets paid at no greater than monthly intervals. And even in a scenario where the owner has paid the manning agent and the manning agent hasn't on-forwarded that money, it is still the owner's responsibility. If you can hear background noise, my children are having a bath at the moment and they're being a bit boisterous, so my apologies. A fairly recent issue we've found is denial of medical care, which is rather unfortunate. We had a recent case where 2 seafarers received a significant burn injury from scalding hot water, and the ship wasn't going to send them ashore despite being in a port where there was a hospital. There was perhaps an element of miscommunication in that telemedical advice was sought by the ship, and the telemedical advice said that they needed to see a doctor at the next port. The doctor from the telemedical was not informed the ship was already in a port, and the ship was going to depart with these 2 seafarers with these burn injuries. An MLC complaint was made. AMSA did some investigation. 1 seafarer ended up requiring being in hospital for 3 weeks. And that just shows the extent of that person's injuries. Had they not been taken ashore and received their hospital treatment, it is quite likely that the end result would have been much worse. Next slide, please. This is an example I took from a Dutch safety investigation where a seafarer unfortunately fell from the yellow indicated door. The incident did not occur in Australia, but it was quite a poignant example of a very simple task. The seafarer was cleaning an area. Behind that door was cables and lights and all the normal stuff that goes into a cargo hold when you need it. There was inadequate lighting in the space, so they opened the door to get some light in. He was working with 2 other people. Those 2 people left him by himself, and the next thing anyone knew, he was down on the cargo hold deck bottom, and he unfortunately died from his injuries. It's a simple question. Why do we still get injured or worse from very simple, normal tasks we probably undertake every day? Next slide, please. As I said, access to medical treatment is a big one. When seafarers are injured or ill, they have a fundamental right to access to medical care. When in Australia, it is expected that seafarers receive prompt access to appropriate medical care, and it's quite likely to involve shoreside medical care. As a master mariner, I have medical care training, but I would much rather be worked upon by someone like a doctor or a nurse than someone like myself, given the option. Where seafarers are found to have access to medical care denied, AMSA will take steps to ensure that those seafarers get the medical care they require and deserve before the ship departs. Next slide, please. So, cargo securing. Cargo securing is a very big one in Australia after the loss of containers from the APL England and the YM Efficiency. I'm well aware that V-Ships has a number of container ships in their fleet. The two excerpts on the left-hand side are taken straight from SOLAS. All cargo must be loaded, stowed, and secured to prevent, as far as practicable throughout the voyage, damage or hazard to the ship. The photos on the right-hand side were taken from a port state control inspection, and those didn't happen overnight. They took a very long time to get to that condition. It's physically impossible to ensure that your cargo is stowed and secured when your securing mechanisms are that degraded. And when you walk around the ship and you see that, as some of the earlier speakers have said, put your hand up and mention it. Tell someone. It's not acceptable. And those are just indicative of a system on board that ship where there was lots of ISO foundation sockets like that, and lots of the fixed securing places were severely degraded. If we go next slide. These are the two links to the Australian Transport Safety Bureau, the ATSB investigations into the loss of containers from the APL England and the YM Efficiency. For those who haven't read them, I strongly encourage you to read them because they indicate what happened on board. The crew, officers, master, were unfamiliar with the approved cargo securing manual. The containers were not lashed appropriately, and the ship sailed into poor weather. I'll hand over to Bruce, who's going to talk a little bit about poor weather.
Yes, thank you, Josh. Just wait till I come up on the screen there. Am I coming up on the screen?
Next slide.
Am I going to come up on the screen?
I can see you.
Oh, you can see me. Okay. All right. I can see you still. All right. Yeah. So this is an interesting topic that has come into prominence a lot with the loss of containers. We started looking at this when we, as Josh said, with the YM Efficiency in the APL England. Why is it that ships are losing containers? Part of the reason for this is poor maintenance of the securing devices. It's also issues around incorrect stack loadings and things like that. But one thing that came out of it, and we've noticed it not just with container ships, but with almost all of the recent accidents or incidents, major incidents that we've taken any interest in, or any significant interest, I should say. And in every case, it has involved the vessel sailing into weather that has been forecast well ahead to be of such an extent that it just makes no sense why a ship would continue to sail into it. In a previous life, I also flew aeroplanes. I didn't fly an Airbus A380 that Pradeep showed, nothing quite that fancy. But as a pilot, I would never dream of flying an aeroplane into a tropical cyclone. It just makes no sense. I just can't even fathom why it would do that. Yet masters of these ships continue to sail these vessels into the path of cyclones. And it's not because they don't have a forecast. If you look at the Gulf Livestock 1, that's another example of a livestock ship that it was on its way to China. It had a sister ship 3 days in front of it, managed to divert course 200 miles, It arrived, yes, 24 hours late, but it arrived intact with everybody alive. Gulf Livestock 1 maintained its course and ended up being sunk. So we don't quite understand why this is. And we see the east coast of Australia, the prevailing weather patterns at certain times of the year, where the east coast come through. They're forecast 3 and 4 days in advance, and yet we're still seeing ships' masters blasting down or up the coast straight towards the deteriorating weather. I don't quite understand the reason for this. In the aviation world, small private aeroplanes, private pilots, they often fly into poor weather conditions, and they call it get-home-itis. It's much like the first speaker talked about in his safety moment, where the seafarer was going down the ladder. He probably had in his mind, he was thinking he was already at home and thinking there was no risk, or that the risk was an acceptable risk because he's done it many times before. It may well be the case, and we're sort of investigating this a little bit further, that sailing into poor weather conditions has not caused any problems in the past. Yeah, you might slow down a little bit, you might be a few hours late, you might get a bit of damage to the ship, but the people still survive. Yet we're getting to a point now where that drive to push a little bit further, and you'll come to a point where you won't survive, or you will end up losing a lot of containers over the side because you're creating stresses and bending moments and shear forces and things like that the lashing systems certainly weren't designed, just not designed for. You're putting stresses on a ship that was not designed to withstand. And the interesting thing from an accident investigator's perspective, when we look at an accident in the aviation world, we never turn around and say, oh, the aeroplane wasn't loaded correctly. Oh, the aeroplane wasn't certified correctly. The first thing they look at is what was the pilot in command, what was the decisions he made or she made. And yet in the maritime world, we tend to look at the other way around. The last person they ask as to why they made these decisions is either the master or the officer of the watch at the time, who, for whatever reason, failed to slow down, failed to alter course, failed to take evasive action of some description. So we don't quite understand why it is that people still choose to sail into heavy weather. Recently in Australia, we had a very, very similar accident to what the gentleman spoke about at the beginning with the safety moment. Crew change at Anchorage, off Caloundra and Brisbane. Poor weather conditions. It's not normally a place where you would do a crew change, but it was done by boat at Anchorage because of COVID restrictions. And a seafarer ended up losing his life there. Very, very, I assume, very, very similar circumstances to the one that the gentleman mentioned. Didn't have a life jacket on, ended up in the water, and although the boat had more than one person on it, it wasn't able to render assistance. So I don't know the answer to this question, but it's something to think about. For the navigating officers and the master mariners among you all, ask yourself, why are you continuing to sail into poor weather? It's not like you don't have the information, because you have the information. So I don't know the answer, but something to think about. And back to you, Josh.
Operational requirements. AMSO has identified an increase in the issues with the ability of the crew to operate equipment, things like an ECDIS or those sorts of things on board ship. We can exercise control with regard to operational requirements when we have clear grounds to believe the master or the crew are not familiar with essential shipboard procedures relating to safety. And a very good example of this is on the next slide. This ship left Melbourne from memory, bound for Brisbane. They were operating on dead reckoning mode. They were noting the GPS position, but they were not recording it on the chart or on the ECDIS. They were just writing it on a GPS logbook. They didn't know they were off course. They didn't know they were operating on dead reckoning. As a result, the ship was 13 miles off course, heading straight towards an island. and they were discharging garbage inside the territorial sea. On the image on the right-hand side, the blue line is the track where they were supposed to be. The semicircles is the territorial sea, 12-mile limit, and the brown tracks are the examples from the AIS. Now, nothing was not working on board. The ECDIS was working, the GPS was working. It was just the crew were not able to operate that ship. And this was one of the first operational requirement detentions that Australia did. Next slide. Because of a number of navigational issues that we've identified, we've started a focused inspection campaign, FIC, on safety of navigation, and it's assessing the compliance on board ship to Chapter 5 of SOLAS and the familiarity of officers and the master with the processes for ensuring safety of navigation. When I was a port state control officer, I would quite commonly ask the master how to operate the ECDIS, because my experience was the second officer, third officer tended to be younger, tended to be considered more au fait with electronics and technology, and they would generally drive the ECDIS, and the master would tell the officer what to do. All officers have to be able to use the ECDIS equally, because you never know what could happen to that particular officer. Everyone has to know how to operate it. Next slide, please. Beginning of next year, AMSA will be conducting a FIC, a focused inspection campaign on planned maintenance. And that's to ensure that's to assess the level of compliance with the planned maintenance requirements of international conventions and the familiarity of the master and officers with the maintenance of conditions after survey. So with Chapter 1 issues. If we go to the next slide, please. The ballast tank head vent in that photo took a very, very long time to get that way. That was one vent of about 20 on board that ship. The previous slide with the oil in the engine room, the slide on the picture on the left with the handrails, has taken a substantial amount of time for that ship, that one ship, to get to that condition. Many people had to walk past and not see it. A PSEO can walk on board a ship and in 5 minutes can see a defective ballast tank head vent when they're nearby. So this is what we're looking at in the beginning of next year. If we go next slide, please. And I'll hand back to Bruce.
Yes, thanks, Josh.
Thanks, Bruce.
So I guess it's no secret that all of the PSC regimes use targeting algorithms to choose which vessels they will inspect. Australia doesn't use the new inspection regime targeting algorithm that Paris MOU, Indian Ocean MOU and Tokyo MOU used. We've got our own algorithm that we use. It's based on research, statistical analysis by an organisation in Australia called the CSIRO. The latest version of this algorithm is one that I've personally been involved with for almost 10 years, pretty much the whole time I've been with AMSA, in evolving it and developing it to look at what factors determine the safety quality of a vessel. And we call it ship risk, but what we're really looking at is the safety quality of the vessel. Not just the probability that a deficiency will be issued or the vessel will be detained, but we're actually looking at the factors that lead to a vessel having an accident or an incident of some description. If you use the IMO incident categorizations, it goes total loss, very serious, serious, and then it goes down from there. They're the three categories that we've actually looked at the information for. The current algorithm that we actually have in trial at the moment, it looks at around about 620 discrete bits of data to determine the risk profile or safety quality of any given vessel on any given day. It throws up for our PSCOs a percentage rating, which rates that ship against the world fleet on a scale of 1 to 100. So if your vessel is rated 1, that's the best ship in the world for that particular that particular topic. So it could be collision, risk of fire, powered grounding, things like that. Conversely, if your ship gets a 100 ranking, that's the worst ship in the world for that particular category. Then we also look at an overall probability, and we choose our vessels for inspection based on a combination of factors, but primarily using this risk profiling tool. That's quite important to us because we don't have the resources to inspect every single ship, and we want to concentrate our efforts on the ships that we think are likely to pose the greatest risk to the Australian environment. So that's a combination of things. It's not just the risk of fire, the risk of pollution, the risk of grounding, etc., but it's things like making sure the seafarers are getting paid, making sure that they're undertaking safe navigation practices, for example. So it covers a whole spectrum of things. So we trialed that at the moment. Hopefully we'll be operationalizing that later on this year. It's a lot more detailed in the analysis that we provide. It's not something that we publish or we share, but if anyone's interested, I can certainly send you links to the research that underpins it all. We're also including, we're looking at the next version of it post the one we've got now, which also starts to look at the effects that corruption has on port state control in particular, but the safety quality of vessels, because we know at certain places around the world, we know ship owners that will quite openly tell you in private that they keep a record of how much it costs to bribe a PSCO in a certain port and how often they have to pay that amount of money to be able to trade into that port. That obviously affects the safety quality of a vessel, but in a number of different ways. But I won't go into too much detail on that now. So that's something that affects everybody. It affects all of you because it affects the vessel's ability to pick up a cargo, and commercial reasons, and all the rest of it on top of that, which does have an impact on safety. So that's where we're going with it. We're constantly looking at different things that, from a research perspective, to test a few theories and see what may or may not be contributing to, or give us an indicator that a vessel might be a good quality vessel or a poor quality vessel. But by far and a long way, the most, probably the largest contributing factor to the safe operation of any vessel is the commitment of the owner or / operator of the vessel to safety. That's fundamentally what it comes down to, and the willingness of management to give the master the authority to make a decision that's in the safe interest of the vessel's safety and the vessel's ability to prevent an accident or an incident occurring. That's all I'd like to say on that. So back to you, Josh.
Next slide. That's us. If anyone has questions for Bruce or I, we're more than happy to answer them. I'm not quite sure how the questions will go in this forum, but I've got the time if you do. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'd like to actually thank Bruce and Josh. I think Josh and Bruce, thank you very much for this informative presentation. I think, it's extremely informative for all of us and for the seafarers who are attending this seminar. So I just personally want to thank you very much for the presentation. Yeah. And thank you. Any questions? This is your chance to ask. That's the head of PSC inspections and flag inspections. Bruce is the head of both those, and Josh is head of PSC. So it's a good time for you to ask and clarify any questions that you may have.
Yeah, colleagues, I also would like to appreciate Bruce and Josh. Please feel free to unmute your phone, ask the question, or just type them down into the chat, so we'll be able to see and answer if any. Also, probably some of you have a question to the Pradeep, or kind of suggestions, how can we improve our leadership, safety leadership on board the vessel, and flawless service delivery to our clients, including the reduction of the port state control findings and detentions. Any questions, please? League?
The one thing I will say just before we close off, is that we always encourage the master chief engineer ships crew, when we come on board, the first question we ask is there any equipment that's defective? That's your opportunity to tell us and be honest. 99 times out of 100, if you're honest and upfront with us and you say, yes, this is broken, needs work, whatever, and you're doing something about it, that's the key for us. You've identified it and you're actually doing something about it. From there on, we will help you. But if you turn around and say to us, no, everything's good, and then we go around and we find it's not good, you can put yourself in the PSCO's position. How can we then trust you? You know, whatever you say after that, when you effectively lied to the PSCO, it really doesn't matter what we find after that, because that level of trust there, you've had that opportunity to be honest and upfront with us, but you've chosen not to be. It's very difficult for us then to believe you when you do tell us the truth down the track. And when we found it, we say, oh yes, but it's, you know, we're fixing it in the next port, or we're doing this, or we're doing that. So it really, really is important that PSCO is not going to detain your ship or do something like that just because you tell us something is broken, provided that you're actually doing something about it. And leaving it 6 months later to the next dry dock or something like that may be appropriate in some occasions, but Josh will tell you, we had one on the weekend where the ship's emergency generator was defective, and rather unfortunately, the flag state were willing to issue a dispensation for the vessel to sail from the east coast of Australia to China with a defective emergency generator. And that was never going to happen with a ship going through the Great Barrier Reef. Forget it. Don't even think about it. So it's just an example of where, had they told us about it, could have got the spare parts on board while the ship was alongside. They chose not to, probably because it's cheaper in China, I guess, to rectify that particular problem. Consequently, they're now sitting at anchor off the east coast of Australia, waiting for appropriate weather to be able to get out on board and fix the thing. So it would have been much easier to just be honest up front and fix it in the first place. So, but we're here. You've got our email address there, as Josh said. Feel free to shoot us an email anytime, and we'll be more than happy to answer your question and help in any way we can.
Yeah, I just have a question, if you have time.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. So basically, normally all the statutory defects which are there, like some equipment failure and all, we are normally reporting to class or flag and getting a dispensation and giving them our action plan, how we are going to rectify it and all. But apart from there are a lot of maintenance which is ongoing and which is part of the defect list and recorded as part of the SMS systems. So when the PSCO comes on board and asks for master to declare, so what sort of declaration are we looking at? Only it's talking about the equipment or the maintenance program we want to be interested in? Because when it's saying about trust, it's not that master does not want to declare, but probably sometimes it is a issue of what to say, what not to say, or how much to say, so that it doesn't affect the inspection.
Josh, do you want to answer that one?
Yep, I've always approached it. You're probably better to say too much than too little. My example is when you fly into New Zealand or Australia and they say, do you have any foodstuffs? I declare everything from chewing gum to anything else, because I'd rather them tell me, great, you're working on it, I don't care, than to later say, I've found an apple or something. So you're better to say, look, we know we're working on the cylinder headliners, or we're taking apart the #1 ballast tank head vent, or whatever it is you're working on. Yes, you don't need to know that you've ordered new pencils, but you're better to say too much than too little.
Clear. So that is clear. Second thing, one next question I have is regarding the ballast water treatment system. So when you have a failure in the port, when during the operation, so normally you will notify everybody, including the AMSA. So do we wait for the what sort of process is followed for giving the permission after that for discharging? Or how is it directly by the environmental authorities, or does AMSA also involve in that clearance?
In Australia, ballast water is managed by the Department of Agriculture. AMSA has
Yep.
no jurisdiction over ballast water, so it's unfortunately not something I can help with, I'm afraid.
Okay, clear. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Praveen, for your question. Thank you, Josh, Bruce, for your quite comprehensive answer. Thank you very much for your quite interesting presentation with useful information on operational requirements, and it was quite interesting to hear about the algorithm for the ship risk calculation. Thank you very much. Okay, now we have a time for the short break, 10 minutes just to stretch the legs, have another cup of tea or coffee, and in 10 minutes we will proceed further with today's seminar. Okay, welcome back. Hope all stretch your legs, all of you stretch legs and ready for the next part of the today's session. I'm pleased to welcome Omesh Sukrami, our Marine Superintendent from the ship Chennai, with his presentation on HSCC excellence, the kind of means in practice for the environmental compliance. You're welcome, Captain.
Thank you, Vitaly. Hello everyone. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining this session with me. So a brief description. I have joined VShips in 2019 as an auditor and moved to the position of Marine Superintendent. Next slide, please. So the safety excellence depends on the three factors: belief, knowledge, and behaviors. So belief, the first core requirement is that you should believe that the company cares about you and believe that you have the right competencies for the job which you are interested with, and the company trusts you to do the job in a proper way. Knowledge is very important in terms of knowledge sharing. When something goes wrong, the knowledge is shared, it is discussed, so we don't repeat such abnormal behaviors or issues, and required precautions are taken and training is provided. Behaviors are the common behaviors such as the job planning and the specific risk assessment and hazard identification, and behaviors and practices of commonly used tools and equipments and PPEs to be used. If you see any of these safety excellence are not followed or complied with, please do make sure that they are complied with at all times. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, thank you. So we are in a we are always working in a very challenging environment. Although we are handling challenging situations and dealing with these challenging environment, we have still managed to have a very good, generally a satisfactory safety record. However, still there are issues, there are accidents and near misses and incidents or occurring at regular intervals. So what does it show? It actually shows that we need to improve upon our own safety record. We have to improve the safety record. So once we have the safety record improved, we can see that the challenges will get better. So what are the 5 key behaviors for a good leadership? Having a clear vision, accepting the personal accountability, encouraging colleague participation, addressing the unsafe conditions, and inspiring a very good communication system that creates a very good safety culture. So as senior officers, please get your people involved in the briefings and meetings, and have these behaviors imparted on them for a good safety leadership. Next slide, please. Okay, so this gives a small list of the KPIs for HSEQ. As you see, we have achieved a few KPIs already for this year. However, the points which are highlighted in red, these are the ones which we have to achieve. although these KPIs are for till the month of August till date. So although we are still ahead, if you see, Chennai office is still ahead of the V group. We still have some more progress to do in achieving our KPIs. So as you see, the unsafe acts and safe acts reporting is required to be improved. We still have 4 months to push this up. Flawless PSE inspections, we are still below the KPI of 77%. We still have a long way to touch that. Next slide, please. So delivering the safety vision, delivering the HSEQ vision. So the heart of the vision is the safety culture. How are we going to achieve the safety culture? It lies in 4 aspects. The safety culture, the study which was done of safety culture and the previous safety culture, the things which are given to improve from the previous study is that we have to improve upon our vigilance, upon our blame culture, upon our reporting, and upon our intervention. This we are seeing at many stages. We are seeing that the reporting and the intervention is not up to the mark, which is highlighted many a times, where stop the job is required, where it was required, it was not activated. So please make sure that the company policies are known to everyone, and people are empowered to intervene where required. Next slide, please. These are a few examples of broken safety culture. Just a few. There are a lot of other examples. So for example, fear of reporting, or fear of the problems are being hidden, miscommunication. Any of these example will lead to a broken chain of the safety culture. And remember that the safety culture is like a chain, and one weakest link can cause the entire system to break. Next slide, please. A few incidents to share with. This is about a vessel in heavy weather. The crew had gone forward to check the anchor lashings, and while checking the anchor lashings, there was a freak wave which came and hit the forecastle. One of the crew members, he was thrown over by the wave, and eventually he got his leg fractured. So what went wrong in this? There were a few issues. First of all, the risk assessment was not adequate. The course alteration was not done. So heavy weather precautions. This highlights to heavy weather precautions not being done. So senior officers, and not only senior officers, people who are going out during heavy weather, please make sure that the required checklist and is carried out completely to avoid any similar kind of incidents during heavy weather. Next slide, please. Another example of a broken safety culture. Here we had a small incident which had a potential of becoming a very big incident. The electrical officer was working, and he tried to remove a wire, and unfortunately a short circuit occurred, and he got a minor injury on his face because of the short circuit. Upon investigation, we found a lot of small issues. There were a lot of leading factors. One was, the most important thing was, the isolation permit was not issued, and he was not wearing, the electrical officer was not wearing the required PPE. So these are all the basic fundamental things which we are required to do. So make sure that the required checklists are always carried out, and JSA is always done. for each and every job. Thank you. Next slide, please. This is an incident which everyone is aware. 2018, one of our vessels, Halam, there was an incident on board where 2 persons had passed away. And what went wrong was the risk awareness was not, risk assessment was not done properly. And once again, the stop the job policy was not done properly, and there was a failure of the stop the job policy. Okay, next slide, please. Recent circulars, just to highlight, we had an incident about the enhanced lifeboat launching procedures. So this came in effect after the injury which went because of the falling of the lifeboat. So just a few key changes which I like to highlight. No persons are supposed to be are allowed to be in the lifeboat while embarkation and disembarkation. Life jackets required to be worn all the time, and people are required to embark or disembark from the lifeboat using the embarkation ladder. The freeboard requirement is in place. Crew fitness is a very important point. Make sure that the crew who are entering are fit, and PPE is worn, and JSA is carried out. FPDs are to be placed, and they should be placed in a proper manner. Next slide, please. Transfer by launch, we have already spoken about it. Mr. Mike Bradshaw has already highlighted about this procedure, about this incident which happened in Singapore Anchorage. As everyone is aware, there was this incident, and we have brought in these changes. So the transfer by launch checklist is required to be filled up. The launch is supposed to be manned by by 2 persons. Life vest is compulsory to be worn during any such transfer operations. Bags should not be carried while transferring. PPE to be worn. And if you find if there's any deviation from the required transfer procedures, please stop the job immediately. Next slide, please. Few points about safety measures. First of all, no shortcuts, please. The other required tools to be done all the time. PPEs to be worn, JSA to be done, toolbox meeting to be carried out. Take 5. Permit to work system to be followed. Next slide, please. So we are fully dependent on the ship staff to report to us if there is any issues on board. Unlike the PSC inspector or any other third-party inspector who comes on board and finds an issue within an hour of inspection, the senior officers are there all the time. So please highlight so that we can take necessary corrective actions and avoid any of such issues. And just to highlight, when there is an issue, we will not blame. We have a no blame culture policy. We have a just culture policy. So please report to us if there is any issues. Next slide, please. Hours of work and rest, this is a very frequent deficiency during third-party inspections. So make sure that all staff are compliant with the hours and work and rest as per the MLC requirements. Next slide, please. Hilo, as everyone is aware, we have a collaboration with the independent provider Hilo for compilation of the near misses and the incidents, and they predict the kind of accidents which will occur. So as per the predictions, we have a prediction of happening an incident with either a collision or asphyxiation or flooding. These are the top three events where we can have the next incident. So please focus on all these contributing events which can lead to the next incident. So during your safety inspection rounds, please give extra attention to failures of the bridge team management or non-compliance with call regs. With regards to asset section, we have the confined space non-compliance or inadequate procedures. So give more importance to these important points. Next slide, please. Here, we are all safety leaders. So just make sure that this is discussed in your various safety meetings, and any issues, and anyone and everyone has the authority to stop the job and report any aspect, anything which is out of the ordinary to the senior officers, to office, to make the environment and to make the place safe. Next slide, please. Environmental compliance, yeah, next one. So this is our environmental vision. We are all leaders, and we have to be leaders in environmental and energy management, both sea and ashore. Next slide, please. So these are our environmental goals. Reduction of the CO2 emissions. This we achieve by following all the required regulations. Onboard compliance, onboard reduction by eliminating single-use plastics in offices. And corporate social responsibility is enhancing awareness. This we achieve by imparting the environmental training on all the seafarers, both ashore and in office. Next slide, please. So what are the risks of the environmental compliances? These are the issues: higher fines, jail sentences, criminal prosecutions, and damage to the reputation of the company. So if you have any issues with Marpol, if you have any issues at all, please do not hide it. Report it so that it can be rectified. Next, please. False logbook entries and obstruction of justice. As you're aware, obstruction of justice is taken very seriously by Coast Guard and also by AMSA. If there is any issues, do not conceal or do not make false logbook entries. It is considered a federal offense. Official records means all these documents like ORB, sounding logs, ballast logs, engine logbooks. Next, please. So what we have to do, follow the rules. It's very simple. Follow the rules. Don't hide anything. Maintain proper records, true records. If there is any issues, report problems, and maintain the knowledge and awareness. And use the speak up hotline if there is any non-compliance on board with regards to Marpol. Next, please. Thank you everyone for listening. The question answer session will start later on. Thanks.
Thank you, Amesh. Very important information, very important reminder regarding the safety behavior. The safety behavior is individual safety behavior is a foundation for the successful and efficient overall safety culture on board. Also reminded about the use of the checklist as a memory tool for the efficient and successful day-to-day operation on board the vessel. Dear colleagues, please prepare your questions. I believe you have a lot of questions to the Umesh and both Pradeep. Probably there was not sufficient time on the previous section, seminar part, to add the question. Please leave the question in the chat box, and we will be able to answer all of them after the next presentation. Not only the question, but probably if you have any comments, suggestion, or any other information you would like to share today. And I'm pleased to invite the next speaker, Pradeep Tai, HCQ manager from the V-ship Chennai. Praveen, over to you. You're welcome.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. So, okay.
Yeah, we
So
hear you.
today I will be running through few of the navigational incidents we've had in the fleet. So last 9 months we've had three navigational incidents of which have impacted the operations, which have led to off fires and delays. So I will be going through these incidents as start of case studies. There will be some interactive questions, and I request all the navigating officers participating in the seminar to please openly come out and give your feedback or answer the survey. So to start off, next please. So I'll be dealing with two grounding cases which we have had. This is particularly related to a bulk carrier, a 40,000 deadweight bulk carrier. She was discharging in the US in the first port, and then she had come to the second port, Morehead City in US, and she was drawing 10.2 meters. And the vessel had arrived the previous day evening. And if you can see the screen, I have marked this the screenshot with the egg this. The anchorage area is marked. So if you can see, the vessel was anchored there overnight. The pilot was scheduled to board next day morning at 7 o'clock, and the master had written night orders that everybody should get up early. And he's prepared a plan, had a plan in mind as to what time the controls will be tested. Everybody were briefed, and the new revised passage plan from the anchorage to the berth was made and approved by the master. So you can see the planned route is on the as shown on the orange dotted line. So the channel is extending further south up till buoy number one. However, the as per the plan, because of the vessel's draft and as per the information available in the pilot box, master has decided to enter the channel near between buoys set of buoys 3 and 4, and which is nothing wrong in the passage planning with the master. And then the vessel pilot came next day morning. All equipment were tested, no issues with any equipment. Pilot boarded shortly after the vessel heaved anchor right at the anchorage, and then vessel proceeded inward. Master, pilot, the duty officer, and the helmsman were on the bridge. The chief officer was forward, and the pilot was received by the chief officer, and then he was sent up to the bridge. The duty officer never left the bridge at any point of time, and he was assisting the master throughout. The crew were well rested. There was no because they had a good anchorage and no activities. Master had given made sure that everybody got sufficient rest. And then the vessel proceeded on the passage. You can see she went and ran aground in depths of 8 meters. So this is a case study. Once we have a survey next, we have some interaction, and then we'll come back and discuss further on this particular case. Next slide, please. This is another case of grounding where it is a container vessel which is regularly doing the Mediterranean ports, and this vessel was scheduled to call Tripoli in Libya, and the vessel arrived the previous day night, and the weather was bad, so the pilot has been delayed, and they've asked to proceed only next day afternoon for berthing, next day morning for berthing. So the wind was about Beaufort 6, so the sea was slightly rough, and the pilot is where you see the starting in the northern side. The red line is where the pilot boarding ground where the pilot normally boards. But because of the rough weather and the small boats in Tripoli, the pilot had requested master to enter the channel and come into the near the breakwater where he could board the vessel. So the master was on the bridge along with the duty officer, and the helmsman was steering. So if you see the chart, the vessel has got a leading light approaching on the southerly heading on the red line, and then she goes southwest into the port, and there also is a leading light. So the passage is planned all along the leading lights, and there is nothing wrong in the passage plan that was prepared. And then finally, sorry for the slide here, but the I've written in southeasterly set, but it says southwesterly set. So the vessel was setting westerly, and finally this black dots on the screen are where the vessel drifted, and then she ran aground in this position marked first position. Okay, so once the vessel ran aground, then master carried out the required checks as per our contingency procedures. He did a sounding, bottom soundings, tank soundings, and we found 6 of the tanks breached as per the initial report. So water was flooded in all the tanks. Engine room, bunker tanks were safe, no pollution. The cargo tanks were good, cargo holds were good, and then vessel had a slight list, and then an emergency response service from DNV was activated to do the damage stability assessment and look at the options of refloating the vessel. They attempted to pull the vessel out with tugs, but it was not successful. So after about 12 hours of attempts to deballast the tanks, and then subsequently next day afternoon at high tide, the vessel refloated on its own because of the deballasting sequences that had been carried out under the guidance of DNVRS. So once the vessel refloated, before the vessel refloated, it was decided that the vessel will proceed to deeper waters so that we can do a full assessment and then proceed inward into the uh, port. However, when the vessel refloated, the pilot called up the master and said, "You please come inside and we will berth your vessel in." So master decided to turn the vessel in the channel. If you see here, there's a red buoy here on the southern side, and there is the first position where the vessel grounding. The width of the channel is about less than a cable, that is less than 190 meters. So when the vessel master was trying to turn the vessel around, and because of the strong current and the wind, being a container ship, the windage is more, so the vessel drifted onto the red recon and she grounded near the red recon again. Very shortly after the grounding, the engine room reported flooding of water in the engine room up to the cylinder platform level, and subsequently the cargo holds also started flooding and the vessel took a dangerous lift. Immediately the crew abandoned the vessel. Next slide, please. So if you can see, this is the photographs of the vessel. This is the water had filled inside the cargo hold completely. The engine room was almost to the same level, and this is how the vessel was when she was grounded. Ultimately, after a lot of attempts to protect the environment and prevent pollution, finally there was no pollution. Everything was cleared, and the vessel was declared a total constructive loss. Next slide, please. So the question here is, we've have both these incidents, both related to grounding. So I want to ask, can these be avoided? What do you think? Right. So we have put in a small survey. So I would like request all the deck officers only to participate in the survey, and then we can go ahead with the discussion. Okay, we've got the poll results. So the everyone, most of them believe that the accidents could have been avoided. Yes, we fully agree that both of these could be avoided. And was the bridge team adequate? So 29% said yes, and 71% said no. Yeah, definitely the bridge team is not adequate because our procedures require that we need to have the dedicated lookout, especially in certain passages where you have restricted navigation and traffic. So in that scenario, yes, these bridge teams on both the vessels were not suitably manned, and during the course of the investigation, we found that this was a leading factor because the navigational buoys could not be properly identified once the vessel was drifting. So yes, so this is an important thing. And if you believe that we had an incident in 2018 where we had lost lives at sea because of an incident, collision incident, and there was a drive that we must ensure that lookouts have to be maintained and and not taken out from day to day activities, and focus should be on navigation. I think 30% accepting that the bridge manning levels is correct is a bit alarming, and we request all of you to ensure that lookouts are not compromised for routine operations. Okay, so did the bridge team make use of navigational marks? No. Yes, we fully agree that was one of the causal factors. Various activities prior berthing is okay for the helmsman to be. Yes, again we have discussed this. Master pilot exchange has a strong potential for an incident. Yes, that is good. What should be discussed in the master pilot exchange? All the above. Yes. And EGDIS is considered as an anti-grounding rule. What failed? Alarm muted and no action taken. EGDIS settings incorrect 29%. EGDIS not seen 29%. Okay, so just to give you a brief, the second incident where we had a CTL, that vessel did not have an EGDIS and it was going only on the paper charts. However, in the first case, the EGDIS vessel had two EGDISs and both were fully operational. So second case, the first case is the situation was the EGDIS was not seen from the time the pilot boarded the vessel till she grounded, till shortly before grounding, very few seconds before grounding. So yes, that was a predominant factor. But apart from this, we have seen a lot of issues where alarms are muted and they are not acted upon, and EGDIS settings incorrect. That is also a common observation in our audits. Yeah. Next. Next poll, please. Yeah, lack of passage plan is the main reason for this incidents. 58 people agree, and 42% do not agree. So yeah, passage plan is very important because this has got incorrect passage plans have led to wrong incident. But in both the cases, the passage planning has been in line with the VMS. So if you see this, the incident still occurred. So there is much more, that the passage plan is just one puzzle in the entire jigsaw, one block in the entire jigsaw. So there are so many other factors that play an important role in ensuring that the incident does not occur. So yes, coming to that, passage plan is important along with the other incidents. So coming to the next one, do you think that position monitoring was adequate? Yes, that is true. That is the leading factor for both the incidents. Do you think that the communication with the bridge team pilot was adequate? Yeah, somewhat agree, don't agree. Yes, that is true. The full effective master pilot exchange was not carried out, and a lot of gaps were observed. The entire discussion did not focus on all the aspects about the route planning, the currents, the set, the drift, the traffic conditions, position plotting, the route that the vessel is going to take, where the tugs are going to come. There are a whole lot of discussion that master and pilot need to have, and that needs to be communicated to the entire bridge team. But that was found lacking in both the cases. So yes, coming to the next one, how many times have you challenged a pirate directly or through the master? Never. 33%, once 8%, twice 33, many times 46%. So that is good that we have a large number of people, officers challenging the master and challenging the pilot. This is a very good result to see, and yes, we want these numbers to go up, because we all are humans, and even pilot also is a human, and as humans we tend to make mistakes. So it is for the entire bridge team to support one another and ensure that the gaps are filled and plugged so that an incident can be avoided. Yeah. Next, please. So the first question I'll request only the masters to answer, and the second question I'll request the chief officer, second officer, and third officers only to answer. So masters, many of the masters have challenged, so it's more than 90%, and then from the junior officers 50%, no, depends on the master. So point number two, where 43% feels it depends upon the master. uh, so it is very important that the master sets the leader of the team sets the tone for how the other people will come up to him and approach him and give their feedback or inputs. So this is a very critical factor where the communication barrier steps in. So we want this 43%. It should not depend upon the master, and they should all come to the junior officer should be comfortable challenging the master, and the tone should be set none other than the master. So we have if we are focusing this as part of our BTM courses and BRM courses. However, this is a thing which needs a lot of practice and openness. It is not wrong. People should not take it in a wrong way that if somebody is junior is approaching and saying that something is not right here, then we should encourage that behavior, and we should openly accept that yeah, we are all human, and we all make mistakes. So we must, as senior leaders, set the stage for the junior officers to approach and challenges. So this is thank you for the valuable feedback. So coming to the next slide, please. So like we have all discussed, most of the points what we have the related to the two incidents have been encapsulated in this slide. So the bridge manning was not adequate, the lookout was not sufficient, so they could not sight the boys properly, or they could not identify the boys properly. In one case, the duty officer was handling to the minor aspects of rigging the flag and other activities rather than focusing on navigation. So position plotting, the EGDIS was not checked in the first case for 20 minutes after the pilot boarded till she grounded, and in the second case the position was not plotted after the vessel entered the channel. So that is one of the thing. Navigation leading lights not correctly identified. The passage plan was made according to the leading lights, but that they were never used. So basically the plan was good with a purpose, but the plan was not executed correctly. Master pilot exchange again was not adequate. And then when you have a situation where the pilot is requesting you to come inside the channel, which is not normally required by masters to self navigate, in such case, if the situation requires, master has the authority to stop and abort the operation. Please let us know if you think this is not right, it is not right. So we do not want to end up in a situation where the vessel leads to a CTL. Okay. Risk assessment for specific voyages, specific ports, specific areas of transit. These required to be covered as per our voyage risk assessment policies. Poor bridge team communication, that ties down to the survey results which we saw, where 43% were not comfortable challenging the master. Okay, so it depended on the master. So I think this is an area which all of us need to jointly work along. And poor situational awareness of the bridge team, because every all the information related for the safe navigation was not available, and hence there was poor situational awareness. And when the pilot deviated from the passage plan in the first case, where he is tried to go across number 5 and 6 boys, nobody challenged the pilot. Although the master had a plan in mind, he had discussed with the team, but when the pilot deviated, nobody challenged the pilot. Had they challenged the pilot, the incident could have been totally avoided. And poor response to an IGDIS alarm. There were a couple of alarms coming on the IGDIS, but those were not responded to in the incident. Next slide, please. Okay, we have another allision incident with a vessel at Chittagong. The vessel is a bulk carrier, loaded bulk carrier. She came and anchored at Chittagong in the afternoon. Then subsequently, the vessel cargo barges came alongside because she had to lighter in the anchorage and then go alongside for discharging. And because in Chittagong has a very strong currents of 6 to 8 knots in during the monsoon period, and this goes up during the change of tide. So shortly after the vessel anchored, the for 3-4 hours there was no tide. I mean to say, there was no change of tide. At 2200 about, the vessel started cable started stretching and vessel was turning. So finally the vessel turned, and there was a strong weight on the cable, and the vessel used engines to ease the weight and monitored. At the same time, the closest vessel was about 2 cables astern of her. As the tide was rate was increasing from 4 knots to 6 knots and 8 knots, where 8 knots was the peak rate for that day, and she was coming close to the high tide. The vessel suddenly started dragging anchor. The engine room was notified that the currents are strong and they will require to use engines for the next 1 hour. The engine room was manned and the engines were available and continuously. So the notice was given to the engine room that engines will be required continuously and to be alert. The master was not called when all this action was going on, and the focus was not about uh, casting of the barges or letting of the barges, because the vessel slowly started to drag. Instead, they were trying to maintain the position using engines, and subsequently the vessel started dragging at rate of 2 knots, and she went and hit the other vessel astern. So you can see there's been extensive damage on our vessel, where the gangway was damaged, the entire aft deck was buckled in, the lights were broken, the railings were broken on both sides. So the cost of this entire repairs was more than 150,000, and the vessel had a 1 week layoff. Subsequently, she had to go to dry dock along with her scheduled repairs. So finally, basically, when you look here, the number of incidents that are happening here, it need to focus only on the navigational aspects where the bridge team could have taken action in advance. Next slide, please. We had another incident where the vessel was passing Taiwan Straits, and she had two fishing vessels right ahead, and the vessel altered course to port to as the fishing vessels were passing on the starboard side at a CP of 0.17. The master wanted to give more CPA, so altered 8 degrees to port, and the vessel CP increased to 0.34. As the vessel progressed, the fishing boat started coming close to the vessel, and suddenly she altered ahead of the vessel, and he hit the vessel on the port bow and causing damage. The fishing vessel also sustained a huge damage. And the same thing here, the master was on the bridge, the third officer was on the bridge, and the lookout was on the bridge, helmsman, and the chief officer had handed over watch as per our watch handing over procedure, explained everything to the third mate, and they had proceeded for writing the logbook. However, when he was writing the logbook, he was discussing with the master with the next day's work planning and other aspects. So the focus of the bridge team was not totally on inter navigation. So here where we have this red condition, orange condition, green condition, so this red, yellow, green, so we need to focus on this areas where certain activities on the bridge, when it is in a red zone, have to be restricted, and in a green zone certain things can be allowed. So we need to familiarize more with our procedures and ensure that this is implemented on board. Okay, next slide, please. So this is the damage that was done by the fishing vessel. The vessel did not use any lights to attend cause take the attention of the fishing vessel. So the lookout was not on the bridge. Okay. So next slide, please. So what are we doing about this incidents? So our focus right now has always been on sailing navigational audits, marine superintendent visits, CTech training, and onshore training, NSDP, that is the training package for new recruits and joiners. Going back, we have assessment test and all that. But apart from that, now our focus has been on the VDR audits. So VDR audits, surprisingly, whatever we have discussed till now on the issues that have caused those incidents are all coming out in the various vessels VDR audits. If you see lookouts not available, secondary position not carried out, AI is used for collision avoidance. Nowadays, all the EGDISs have AIS feed, and you get all the information from the AIS into the EGDIS. And people have stopped using ARPA for position plotting. So this is not in line with Colrex. Colrex required that every vessel should be plotted, and decision for collision avoidance should be taken as per the information provided by ARPA and not by AIS, because AIS data depends dependent on the other vessels what it is transmitting. So please do not use AIS for collision avoidance. Please do not use VHF for collision avoidance. Okay. And radar not monitored for long time. It is a tendency to, where people are using the EGDIS, where it looks like a beautiful screen seeing all the vessels and the chart. So people have stopped using EGDIS, and there's a gap between the long gap between the first one sighting of the radar to the next sighting of the radar screen. So this is another area of concern which needs to be there. Bridge team communication, especially on the pilotage movements and critical passages, the communication of the bridge team master and the junior officers, other officers, I mean, so not only junior, chief officer as well. There's a big gap, and that needs to be bridged. Master pilot exchange we have discussed. And another instance we have found as there was no officer in attendance to receive the pilot. The pilot was received by a trainee OS, and he was brought to the bridge. This is not acceptable, and we must have a responsible officer at the bridge. It need not be the third officer or the second officer. It can be anybody, and who can receive a responsible person receiving him and bringing him on the bridge. Okay, so come next slide, please. So, like Omesh has discussed, we had this high-low results for from the near miss reports. What we generate, the high-low results, what we got. The focus has been on collision for the tankers. Similarly, for the bulk carriers, also the focus has been on collision. So this is tying with the results what we are already seeing. So high lows predictions are quite accurate. So my request to you is, we see very few near miss reports related to navigational incidents that come get reported in the ship share. My request is, please report navigational incidents. Most of the navigational incidents are related to some procedure not being followed by somebody. Like we have discussed in the past, we do not believe in a blame culture. We believe in learning from our mistakes. So if somebody has a mistake, we want everybody to learn through a near miss, so that it can be an incident can be prevented. So please feel free to raise a lot of near misses in terms of navigational aspects, so that we all can learn without having an incident. Next slide, please. So, what is the cost of these incidents? Just to share a few, we all know revenue loss, major oil major approval. The tanker which was involved in the collision with the fishing vessel last December, till now we have issues with clearing the vessel with oil major, and every time the vessel gets rejected, so we keep losing business once in a while to get the vessel accepted. Some charters do not accept, so reputed oil majors do not accept. So we have a challenge here, is that owners, one incident causes potential loss to the owners in terms of not getting the required cargo or required voyage fixed. We have drop in right ship ratings for bulk carriers, which affects their next tradability, because a lot of the reputed A type charterers, they're not interested in taking ships which have less lighter right ship ratings. And business opportunity loss, on the CTL incident. Prior to the CTL incident, we were supposed to get 24 ships from the same container fleet in Chennai. One incident and the entire 24 ships have gone out. So the owner decided to cancel the entire contract. So we have lost 24 ships. So this is loss of jobs, loss of revenue, loss of reputation. So my request to you is, please, when we have these navigational activities, please focus on the basics and have a good team cohesion and communication, so that we are open to challenge and intervention, and we can safely tide across the seas. The next slide, please. So this is the last one I'm coming to, with an enclosed space incident. We all are familiar with this. 2018, we lost two of our colleagues in an unauthorized entry into enclosed space, and the vessel was discharging cargo slops, and two of the through a Weldon pump, which was the engine room slops were connected into the collected in the cargo tank slops as per the approval by class. And when we were discharging by Weldon pump, because the main line had some issue, so after risk assessment, when this was started, the Weldon pump had a problem. So despite the instructions by the chief officer to call him whenever there was any issue, the duty officer entered the tank and trying to rectify and immediately come out. He collapsed in the tank because of the gas inside. Subsequently, the pumpman who was there close by, he also tried to rescue his friend, and then he also collapsed. And then another guy, OS, he also tried to go down and he collapsed. Luckily, the OS was retrieved, and he's undergone treatment, and he was okay. Unfortunately, we lost two of our colleagues in the incident. So w- if you go through the full incident, the entire thing, to cut short, it was, we had an enclosed space entry that was required to be done, but it was not authorized, and we have gone into the tanks. We have tried to cut corners in trying to do the job fast. So these are the activities which we need to focus on. And here is where we want people to say, stand up and say, stop, this is not safe, we do not want to do. Here we want people to say that we will not allow this unsafe act. When two of the people were going down, the Nigerian AB, he stopped them and said, no, this is unsafe, please do not enter. So I think because he felt that we can't tell him more strongly, probably the challenge was weak. But in my request to you, going forward, if you feel something unsafe is going on, do not hesitate to physically stop and stop the job, physically stop the job, because we do not want to have another incident like this. Next, please. So this is second officer, Mr. Arnold, is 31 years old, married, and due for promotion. He's been with V-Ships, a very young boy, very active, and a bright future. And this is Pam and Binu, married with two children, 6 and 8. He's been with V-Ships for a long time and a very safety conscious guy. But unfortunately, in the spur of moment, we all expect that to rescue his friend, he has gone down, and today both of them are not with us. So as everybody has reiterated, Pradeep has mentioned, Mike has mentioned, we have our families are waiting for us. We need to get back home safely. So my request to you is please challenge, please intervene, please stop if something is unsafe, and our families are waiting. Thank you. Next, please. So thank you for listening, and we'll take the question and answers in the end of this next sequence.
Yes, thank you, Praveen. Very useful incident information, case studies. Thank you very much for that. It also was good to see that majority of seafarers understand the causes of those incidents, and all of them, I agree that all of them, all those incidents and accidents are preventable. Please prepare your question. We'll be ready to answer them after the next presentation. Please type your question in the chat, or any comments or any information you would like to share with today's participants. And I'm delighted to invite Karina Tapakasoglu. She's the Chief Financial Officer and Executive Director from Pioneer Marine. Karina, you're welcome. Karina, probably you are muted. Can you please check your phone, microphone?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, now it's good.
Okay.
Loud
Thank
and
you,
clear,
Khalid.
Karina.
Okay. Can I, shall I wait 5 minutes for the questions of the previous session?
Definitely, Karina. So if you want us to take the questions, then we can. Would you be then able to talk to the seafarers after that?
Yes, I can start my presentation, and then I can stay another 5-10 minutes to ask to participate in the Q&A session of this part of presentation.
Okay. Otherwise, we were thinking if you can make your presentation, and then we can take the Q&A, whichever way is more convenient for you.
Okay, let me, and I don't know if there are some particular questions to the previous presentation that cannot wait. I can wait for 5 minutes.
Yeah, Karina, I guess we can collect all the questions and answer them all together by the end of your presentation.
Okay, thank you. So let me start my presentation. Thank you all for inviting me in this presentation, which is very useful and interesting. For me, it's the third year, a consecutive year that I participated in that seminar, both in Chennai and in Odessa. Unfortunately, due to COVID, we don't have the opportunity to meet in person and being there, although I would like to be there. And let's hope that we'll overcome this difficult period soon, and we'll be back together and having all these crew seminars in the same place. So let me start introducing myself. I'm working for Pioneer since 2014. I have been in shipping industry more than 20 years, 25 years of experience. I'm CFO of Pioneer Marine and the executive director of the board. Pioneer Marine has been a client, very good client of VSIPs all that years, as most of our vessels have been managed, technical managed and crew, and we had the technical management and the crew for VSIPs, and we are very glad that we have them as colleagues in all that endeavor. Shipping sector is not easy. It has a lot of risks, and having a good partner in that, it's very important. I thank you also, Pradeep, for inviting me in this year, and I hope your new position now with Chennai office to fulfill your expectations. So let me introduce who else, which else is the team. As I mentioned, I'm the CFO and Executive Director of Pioneer. The CEO is Jim Poulis. And we have a legal counsel who treats all the issues that we encounter regarding crew, Helen Scenery, and everything is Eleftheria Savidaki, who is in constant communication and monitoring all issues that we have the last years. Virginia Spiru is our VP of Finance and Accounts, and is on top all operations and monitors very closely the vessels, the costs. Mikhail Fagrezos, our technical manager. Although we have outsourced our technical management to VESIPS, we have a very good team, technical team, led by Michael, who is on 24 hours on top, and together with the VESIPS resolves all the issues that we have with our vessels. And then we have George Dunas, our operation manager, who's again all the years with us, on 24 hours per day with his team and operators, trying to be in constant communication with the masters and the cruciferers, resolve all operational issues and support whenever that needs. So this is the team, and it's all a young team, very motivated. This is our asset. This is the power of Pioneer, I would say, the resources, the human element. And in Pioneer, we give a lot of emphasis to the human and the quality of the services and the relationships between us, our clients, our cruciferers, and our team. Moving on to the next slide. As I mentioned earlier, a Pioneer is an owner and manager currently of 13 vessels. We used to have 22. Now we are in transitional period, and I hope that we'll expand once we settle all this transition period. We will get back to more vessels, and this is our expectation. Currently, me and Jim Papoulis are trying to take the ownership of the company, who is currently owned by a US fund. We are listed in the Norwegian Stock Exchange. Our asset is, we have a very good client base with international shipping companies and trading house. And our expectation and view is that we own the company in the future, and we expand with many more vessels. Next slide. Thank you, Karen. So our vision is to be a recognized leader in safe and efficient carriage. So safety was and is always our priority all that years, and nothing have changed. And our mission is to be a selected partner amongst our peers, to be selected as a company for our good performance, relationship, personnel, and leadership, and especially for safety. So we have all our charterers and our clients. We have a long relationship, and for us, our brand name and reputation is very important. Our office, I forgot to say that our office is located in Athens. All the personnel is there. However, we have a Singaporean entity, which half of our fleet is managed by Singapore and half of our fleet is managed by Athens, Greece. However, most of the personnel is located in Athens office. Next slide. So our core values, and I don't want to take most of your time with that. Our core values, customer service, is, as I explained, something very delivering quality services to our customers, building long-term relationship with them is very important for us. Our people is our greater asset. We employ very young, dynamic professionals in our office with strong team spirit and long experience in the shipping industry. This is also for cruciferers. we want to have cruciferous feeling like our family and being with us all the year. So retention rate is very important for us. Integrity is very important for all of us. Again, building a good name and reputation in the market is very difficult, while destroying it can be very easy, even with one small error. We want at all times our people, both on shore and offshore, to conduct operations honestly and with transparency. As a company, we have adopted best corporate governance practices. It is also very important for our investors who have trusted us to manage their equity. So safety and integrity and ethics are again very important for us and our people, and whoever works for us, our cruciferers and our partners. Sustainability and environmental awareness is a must, and we do whatever possible to comply with all relevant regulations. Also, our major lender is ABN AMRO Bank, which is a green bank and requires our clients to abide. All our vessels have green passports and we comply with latest IMO fuel regulations. Now, safety. Safety is our top priority. We abide by a strong safety culture, mainly for the benefit of our people and secondary for our assets. We operate and manage our vessels with risk conscience and mentality to avoid unexpected losses by mainly injuries. We are in very close cooperation with VESIPs, and whenever they propose us something that we need to follow in order to enhance safety, we are there, and we feel very sorry whenever we have an injury, because our people, as I mentioned before, is our assets, and this also entails a cruciferer. So safety is our top priority and one of our core values for the company worldwide. And finally, at all times, we aim to maximize shareholder value in order to ensure the support at all times. So you know that vessels is a capital intensive investment, and in order to have our investors trust us and provide their money and financing, we need also to take consideration of their also aspects. That means incidents, injuries, accidents, increase the cost, damage the reputation. So this is something that we need at all times to restrict and maintain at very low levels. Next slide, please. Business ethics, as I mentioned before, we are committed to adhere to the highest standards of ethical, moral, and legal business conduct. For us, being ethical and also on board is very important. That's why we don't have discrimination is something that we don't support. We try the equal treatment of all our people, both on shore and on board. We want to avoid conflict of interest. We want to avoid and eliminate all anti-corruption and bribery. That's why we have anti-corruption and anti-bribery policies. So we expect all employees and business partners to abide by the highest standards of ethical, moral, and legal business conduct. We have developed a standard business conduct and ethics framework, and we are always open to seafarers, to partners, employees, to report whatever is violates those standards, and we are open for communication, and we always follow up and try to resolve any issues that we have against that. Next slide. So this is our fleet profile. As you see, now we have 13 vessels owned and managed. They are all handy size, smaller vessels. I know that these are much more difficult because it's more difficult rather than larger vessels, but this is where we specialize. Most of them are young vessels, average age is 10 years. We try to keep them always at good position and with higher specifications, and for that VESIPs help us a lot. Next slide. No, I would like to skip that, not to take your time. Let's move on, Karen. Now, nothing changed regarding the company and our aspects regarding our views on crewing matters. We always care for the well-being of our crew seafarers and seek to maintain a healthy and safe environment on board. The only thing that has changed all our lives is the COVID pandemic. The fear of getting sick being common to all. For us living ashore, working in the offices, COVID restrictions affect only our daily commuting and traveling. But for you and those at sea, very much heavier burden. Stressful as a life turned to be on board with restricted shore leaves, continued exposure to potential contamination from port officials, stevedores, ship handlers, or even on signers on top seamen are forced to extend their service contracts, depriving them of the much needed rest or causing them to miss important occasions of civil life. Such restrictions put crew bodies and minds at test. Exhausted bodies and minds are prone to mistakes, wrong decisions, accidents, in general, unsafe situations. We are fully aware of the difficulties that you encounter on board, and we ask to trust us. And from our side, we're seeking to do the best we can to make your life easier. We are always open on suggestion how we can improve the conditions on board, how we can make your life easier for that, and we try always to find the most easier way to repatriate or to make crew changes without the need of extending your contract life. But whenever there was whenever we have a case that a crew cannot change on time, we always give something, and we always give something more or a small bonus to cover the loss of your time and staying on board more time. From our side, we do appreciate your understanding, patience, assistance, and cooperation, and we call upon your professionalism to avoid stressful situations, and maintain a safe working environment on board. Next slide. Now, how we do that, as I mentioned, we have an operation department 24 hours per day, being in open communication with all our seafarers, and they encounter the problems. We are in 24-hour basis with VSIPs who are responsible for the crew, and whenever they propose something that we can improve, we are there and we support their decisions. We want every person to feel comfortable expressing your ideas, values, beliefs, and also we are open for whatever suggestions that you have, because we are not there on board, but we are open to hear you and learn from your experience. So this is what we do. We are open, we have a supporting team to be there all the time, and we always strive for the best for all of us, and mainly for the safety and safety on cruise seafarers on board, and trying to minimize all incidents, and make you feel happy whatever that is possible, because working either for us on board, on shore, either for you on board, it's working and being happy together and like what you do. It's very important for all of us to be efficient and effective. I don't want to say more on that. Let's move to the next slide. So it's very important for us to have a high retention rate. That's why we motivate personnel, and for good performance, we give extra bonuses. And also we give a rejoining bonus for our crew, because we want them to stay with our vessels the longer they can. And we want to have a pool of seafarers which are devoted to Pioneer and our standards. And we usually don't want to change personnel. We want to have the same seafarers with us, which know how we work and knows very well the standards. Here, I would like to say that being part of the executive management, and I'm not on a daily communication with seafarers, The reason I'm participating in those crew seminars is that this gives me an opportunity to hear directly from seafarers any issues, problems, and help me to manage my team to improve them and have a direct feedback. That's why I participate in those seminars, give me the opportunity to have a direct communication and not only hear or learn things through the communication channels, but give me the opportunity to speak with you directly and raise whatever issues you have there which is unresolved. So that's all I would like to say. I will be here for another 5-10 minutes, and I would like to hear if you have any issues or concerns to bring my attention. For my side, I promise that I will do whatever it takes to improve your position and avoid any issues, problems, or whatever is being unresolved. Thank you all.
Thank you, Karina. Glad to see you again in after 2 years. Last time we meet in Odessa. I'm glad to see you again. Probably hope we will meet again here in Odessa. We collect all together. Very informative presentation. I would like to hear from the Pioneer senior officers. Can you please evaluate, or probably you have any questions? You can raise the hand or just type in or unmute your phone to ask the question. Otherwise, I would like to hear from the Pioneer Fleet senior officers, master chief engineers, how you can evaluate the support from the Pioneer owners, as owners and the ship crewing department with regard to maintaining of the proper crew well-being during those challenging times because of COVID pandemic and arranging of the timely crew changes. Probably there are 3 masters I see today is present in the seminar. Captain Vyacheslav Osipov, can you please unmute your microphone and tell us what is your feedback about the support from the owners and the crewing department? Vyacheslav? Any other masters? Pavel Nizhnichenko?
Yes, good day, everybody. I want to say what I'm happy with Pioneer and owner, and they do everything for their well-being, for crew changes, what they can. So many thanks for Pioneer, for jobs. So I can say what work is good for the company.
Glad to hear that.
Thank you, if you can hear me.
Yes, thank you, Pavel. Thank you for your warm words. And we have another question in the chat from the Pradeep Kale, managing director. Very interesting question to the masters, all those masters who present today on today's seminar. Whether it's appropriate to the master for the master to enter the channel 190 meters wide where customer layer pilot is required on board. I believe we have a lot of very experienced masters present today, and I also would like to hear from you. Probably Captain Padar Prasantra, can you please comment this?
Actually, good evening to you all. I saved in that, Pioneer vessel long time before. Some typical problem I had, in some ships like that. Some ships like Paradise Bay and all these, they don't have a pilot ladder, combination in the midship. So we would face a lot of problem, because this light draft to reach the pilot level, it is very difficult. This problem I faced before. So this was very difficult because due to there was no midship combination ladder for the pilot. This is the technical problem.
Paradise Bay was an old vessel, not anymore with us. And it has indeed problems, but now our vessel and our fleet is much younger, and I hope that we don't have the same issues as you mentioned.
Yeah, thank you, madam. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Captain Padar, for your question. Again, the question from Pradeep, whether it's appropriate for the master to enter the channel, which is just 190 meters wide, without the pilot, when the pilot is customary for this region. And if any one of you have been in a situation like that.
Vitaly, let me take that. Yeah, let me take that because I asked the question, and I would just want first of all, Corina, thank you very much for such a excellent presentation, Corina. Yeah, so I think you have completely explained what the expectations of a good ship owner is, and I think we very much appreciate your participation in our Seafarers Conference. Yeah.
Thank you, Pradeep. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. So let me tell you about a personal experience of mine. I was on a Suezmax tanker entering Bonny River, and we were going up to Bonny inshore for loading. And I remember that the pilot actually told me the same thing. Captain, keep coming, full speed. And you must have most of us who have been at sea must have heard this, Captain, keep coming, I'm coming out by my pilot boat. I told him, I said, Captain, pilot, it's not my job to navigate in this channel. You have to come out all the way to the pilot fairway buoy before I can board. You can board and take me in. Anyway, he came on board. He was pretty upset that I didn't enter the channel. And anyway, we started navigating down the channel, and then I found many of the buoys were not in position. Yeah, so I said, "But pilot, this buoy we should pass on the port side." He said, "Never mind, that one is drifted out of position." I said, "And you expected me to come into this channel on my own?" And it's far better to say no. It's far better to say no to the pilot at that time rather than have an accident, or an incident, because nobody is going to say anything to you if you say no. And I would be the last person. I've been in your shoes as master, and I would say I will 100% support you if you tell me that I am not prepared to get into the channel where the pilot is supposed to be piloting my vessel. So let's just get this absolutely clear. You will have my 100% support if you say no. Okay, so I just wanted to throw that out there because I think it is essential for us to be on exactly the same page and aligned. So thanks, Vitaly.
Thank you, Pradeep. Actually, it would be interesting to hear from the seafarers, to see from you, how many of you were in the situation like that? So now probably just short physical exercise to raise the hands. How many of you were under the commercial pressure or were pushed by the pilot like that? Just keep going, but you understand it's wasn't a safe situation. I actually probably not able to see all the hands. Probably Karen or Pauline may assist me. Just type in the chat how many hands were raised. Now I see 2. Okay, may I ask you, Captain Yuri Shulga, you've been in a situation like that. How you managed to avoid the disaster in that situation? Can you please unmute and speak to us?
Good day, everyone. Good day. Yeah, usually Usually that situation, it's in all South, North African sports, Algeria and Tunis, Casablanca, it's everywhere almost same situation, and always, as I see that same scheme, it's always even same, how to say, places of port or how to enter in the port, almost the same everywhere. It looks familiar that it was in Libya, but same the same I mean position of birth on that mold. It's always same for Casablanca, for Algiers, for some other ports. Usually the pilots stay near the entrance and asking, "Captain, proceed, Captain, proceed, proceed, proceed." They are always looking, especially for that boys, because sometimes it's not even in position. Always looking how to wide this channel, how is condition of the weather. Always also looking for traffic, because fishing boats, even without lights, if it's a night or something, so rather must be always standby on just on small scale. And if good weather, of course, I was proceeding and good weather, and I can monitoring all the situation and proceeding and pilot boarding just on the entrance in port near for North Breakwater usually. And for bad weather, I'm hopefully I'm usually if it will bad weather, I will refuse. But it's never happened before, and I proceed with good weather, and I proceed, and everything was good. But for really bad weather, it's very, very difficult to enter such channels. So that's a question. If yes, especially for North Africans, they always, if you're refusing, they start pushing you. They start that your vessel will deny for next 2 weeks or something like this. They pushing you from, we will call your owner, agents, everybody. So your vessel will stay here for 2 months or something. They always treat you scaring that maybe just to push master to agree proceeding exactly almost to the birth. This is standard scheme for all the sports in North Africa. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing this information. And now please be reassured that you will have full support from the Pradeep in such kind of situations. Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much for all. Again, great thanks to Karina for the care about our seafarers and support of our seafarers. Now, before we move to the lunch break, due to we are a little bit overshoot with our time, I would like to ask you to use a chat to poll if all of you are agreed to cut down lunch break a little bit for 30 minutes only. Can you please type in the chat box yes or no, and then we will consider. Please type in the chat box yes or no. Okay, yes, coming. This is in order to complete, just to be in a timeline with our agenda, with our schedule. Perfectly. So thank you very much. I would like to say enjoy your lunch, and we will meet back in 30 minutes. Thank you very much. Dear colleague, all welcome back. Hope you are properly energized and refreshed after this lunch. I am delighted to introduce the next speaker, Balvinder Dhillon, our crew management partner. Balvinder, good
Hi, thanks,
afternoon
Vitaly.
and welcome.
Thanks, Vitaly. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, evening to all of you. Most of you all who have known me previously, we might have engagements together. So I'm just here to share some slides on crewing operations during COVID and what has been done both onshore and on board to assist. Firstly, I will start with a brief background myself, then a COVID update, and also certain initiative we group has taken as a group to assist the seafarers on board, as currently is very different from the previous time before COVID. So then I will also share with you all on our performance appraisal system, which will be rolled out on your vessels. And also lastly will be the VCrew app, where this app will assist us, especially during COVID times, to minimize interaction with the office staff. So yes, just next slide, please. We can go a brief background about me. Yes. So I'm originally from Singapore. I worked in the Philippines, Malaysia, and currently right now I'm attached to Chennai, India. Previously, before my role as a crew management partner, I was a group bid manager for V Group, handling all types of conventional vessel, be it whether new business or existing. Mostly I worked with conventional and offshore vessel owners. Next. So next, I would like to give a COVID update. As you know, onshore, there's many initiatives that the group has set up, like the COVID Crew Command Center, location-specific precautions put into place, like as of now, we have high cases in India, where certain precautions has to be taken before mobilizing the crew on board. Mandatory PCR test before joining, not just the airlines, we group also, where possible, we want to do a PCR test. We do a thorough risk assessment on each crew change prior to even getting the crews on board. Then on board, I'm sure many of you all are aware, previously we used to use Future Care. Currently, we have changed our provider to CMED24 Medical Solutions. They are an industry-leading medical service for seafarers. So at any point, any crew who we feel that are having any symptoms of COVID or any other, please contact them. We also have an employee assistance program, which is ComSite, where it provides mental health service to all our crews, both on board and ashore, which I will take you all in deeper shortly. And as you guys who have just signed off, I know some of the guys have just signed off the vessel, weekly COVID crew change update we've been providing to the vessel, and also by the planning managers, the crew change plans weekly. And where possible, PPE are provided on almost each port whenever it's running short for our crews on board. Next slide. So ever since the start of the pandemic, I just want to share onshore the measures that are taken by V Group. We have set up a crew command center, which is set up to help ensure crew safety and manage crew changes in alignment with latest development. As we are aware, many countries have their requirements which keep changing, like for example, UAE and so forth. So where we have this COVID crew command center, they assist us in providing us the latest update, where we share with our seafaring colleagues and also our colleagues onshore. We also have additional location-specific precautions added in the mobilization process in order to ensure safety of both crew on board and on shore. Where we do this is where like certain things, precautions we take, like planning the crew way in advance, keeping an isolation in hotels, few days, 5 days, 7 days before they sign off, where we do a rapid test, PCR test, ensure that the crew that we are sending on board are actually COVID negative. Mandatory COVID testing is required prior to joining, ensuring complete compliance with authorities' requirement, and for every crew change. As we are aware, Singapore, Japan, Korea, they have their own requiremits. So where possible, we are ensuring 100% compliance, or if not even more. Risk assessment is carried out for both on-signers and off-signers, mitigating all possible risks to the number of flights, to the transit hours that we spend in the airport, to ensure that both our on-signers and off-signers do not at any point of time get in contact with COVID positive personnel or citizens in that country they are visiting. Then we have the pre-mobilization orientation, where the planning manager and the mobilization manager will explain to the seafarer what is expected of them and how they need to carry their PPE, hand wash, mask, face shield, and so forth. This is all to ensure that when we send the crews on board, for the crews on board and for the crews joining, that everyone is still COVID negative. Next slide, please. So on board, we are, as aware, we are connecting PPEs on board and also the rapid COVID test kit, which where your results can come out within 30 to 45 minutes. This is one of those good things. So if anyone who just signed on and he has symptoms, it'd be very good to actually to test him with that. And I'm sure most of the vessels have their specific isolation plan, where we can minimize contact of that affected personnel or suspected affected personnel. We have also appointed industry leading medical management company called CMed24 Medical Solutions, which will provide 24/7 access to provide assistance to our managed vessels, which means if we have someone who we think might have been in contact with a shore personnel or someone who he has shown symptoms of COVID, please at all time, please contact them, get their feedback on how we can isolate the crew and also to minimize interactions. Then there is also employee assistance program where we call it ComPsych, which is dedicated to providing mental well-being and health advice to crew. As we know, currently crew changes or when vessel called to different ports, shore leave are mostly not allowed. So you are limited to your vessel, your movement. So there are times where you might feel lonely and so forth. Please, this ComPsych is here. It's a confidential method where you can contact them, have someone to speak to if unable to speak to your team members on board, or you want to speak to your crewing colleagues or even your technical office colleague. If you feel that you want something more confidential, please utilize this ComPsych, which they will be able to advise you and provide medical tips, if not health tips on how you can take your mind off this. As you are aware, weekly COVID crew changes updates are provided to vessels and also crew change plan, keeping them updated on new developments or different ports where crew change is possible, or the vessel might be calling the next 2-3 ports. And where possible, almost every quarter, we have updates from our CEO crew management, Alan Falkenberg, where he writes a letter to the seafarers on board and also to our seafarers ashore through their private emails. I think some of you all may have received letters from the team. And as currently, we have enhanced and effective engagement with all our crews on board, with just the technical teams and crewing teams working together to understand the seafarers' requirement, how we can make it better. Next slide. So on board, usually they carry out twice daily temperature checks for all crew passengers, and also there are port requirements where seafarers need to take their temperature twice. Please always report temperatures over 37.5 to the management office so that we are also in touch and we can seek medical advice, and where possible, we will do there is a ship specific isolation plan where the seafarer can be kept away, yet minimize contact with other seafarers. And always request that seafarers, pilots, anyone who have been on board the ship to inform the company if they fall ill with fever, flu-like symptoms, test COVID positive within 2 weeks of departing the vessel. There have been many cases where seafarers, where superintendents, where port officers, pilots, they go on board a vessel, they climb 7 vessels in a day, and then what happens? 14 days later, they are COVID positive. These are the information that we require to study, and so that we can test our crew way in advance to prevent the spread of COVID. And as we are well aware, right now there are many variants such as the Delta variant and so forth. So it is important for continuous communication with everyone. Next slide, please. Yeah. So you see, from the start of COVID, we group has on an average, we are doing almost 800 seafarers per week since the start of the COVID in the 13th week of 2020. At the 32nd week, we are still around 700 plus seafarers who we are continuously doing signing on and off. The importance is even with the world closing out, countries getting stricter, we are looking at deviating vessels where possible, holding on the vessel to ensure crew change happen, where whenever our seafarers have completed their contract, if possible, we will try to sign them off, especially in current scenario, like for example, for Indians, it's a bit tougher, but it's not impossible. So the team work all angles where possible, how we can speak to authorities, seeking agents to liaise with quarantine officers, how we can do it in a way where crew change is possible, but safely, not affecting the citizens of that country, and also at the same time ensuring our seafarers do not get COVID positive. Next slide. See, so we can see from March 2020 till date, Singapore actually has the highest number of crew change being done. With almost 4,400 seafarers that have actually been signed off. Previously, in the last few months, USA was one of the highest, which, however, with Singapore opening up with the stricter channels that they have, Singapore has overtaken. So you can see most countries are opening up crew changes. However, we do expect that for certain countries, we do face challenges because of government trying to prevent the spread of the new variants of COVID. So where possible, as of till date, we have actually signed off 21,297 seafarers and signed on 24,021 seafarers, which is quite a good feat looking at how the team globally has worked with all our resources to create crew changes. Can we go next slide? So in the next slide, you can see that based on nationalities, Ukrainians and Indians, we are almost close to 11,000 crews that have been signed on and off the vessels safely. So it is important to take a look to see that where possible, Filipinos, we have at 12,000, Myanmar 1,004. So from here, we can see that crew change are happening. It's just that certain ports are too strict. Where possible, we work together with the team on board and also with the technical office on how we can deviate a vessel, ensuring the crew change will happen. Yeah, next slide. So just to talk more on this employee assistance program and mental well-being. V-Ship Seafarer Employee Assistance Program, you can contact them at any time, anywhere. It's no cost and it is confidential to life challenges. Things are running differently from pre-COVID. So where possible, it is 24/7 available. Our seafarers should utilize this system if they feel that they feel anxiety, depression, they find adjustments, because we do understand that family events are happening where you can't be there. So this team of local clinicians will listen and will assist you and your family members with any issues, which include anxiety, depression, stress, grief, loss of life adjustment, because COVID has changed globally for everyone in terms of living their life. Even personal issues like relationship, partner conflicts, please, this hotline can be used at any point to the seafarers to contact. And even at home, if you feel that you require some guidance on where you can read articles and to understand better, there are online support with this ComSite. We will, I think quarterly, we do share these updates on this ComSite. So if anyone at any point requires an in-depth understanding of the employee assistance program on how ComSite can help them, please feel free to contact any of your planning manager, your technical teams, and they'll be willing to assist you in this. Next. Okay, and additional, as a master officer of the vessel, you can also play a leading and a positive role to ensure the well-being of our seafaring colleagues. There is this website where seafarerswelfare.org. They have many health articles, especially on mental health guidance, where we can actually, during your meetings, you can share weekly meetings with the team where you can place posters on ideas on how the whole lifestyle on board has changed. Previously, shore leave is allowed. Right now, you are just limited to your vessel and the few activities that you all do. So this will help them actually. There's a lot of guidance books that have been created. These are available free and it comes in several different languages where our team members can take this time out to read, to discuss. As you know, there are people who are introverts who like to keep to themselves. This is where, as senior officers and masters on board, it's important to notice such behaviors and where possible to provide additional support at any point of time. You have your planning managers, you have your CMP, where you can always contact me. I'm always available. if you want someone to talk to, because I do understand we have seafarers whose kids whose wives are pregnant and so forth, the parents need to go for medical. We onshore where possible, we will keep in contact with your family members, and also possible provide assistance, maybe a house visit, depending on the COVID situation in certain states. What we do is to ensure that the seafarer is not excluded from anything. It will be the same, that they are having the same support they have when they are at onshore, will be the same support as much as possible we will provide you when they are on board the vessel. The next slide, please. So where possible, all face-to-face meetings are minimized and moved to digital solutions. For those signing off, we have Microsoft Team video conferences. We do on phone, on email, where possible, so that we minimize the contact to both keep the guys on board and also the guys on shore safe. Next. Yeah. So next, one of the best way to do it is the We Crew Connect app. I'm sure that most of you all are having these apps, are connected to these apps. But let's see, why will it benefit us in the long run, especially in the current COVID times where it's no longer a pandemic, but more of an endemic. It is here to stay. So can we go to the next slide? So how does a We Crew Connect app benefit the seafarer? It benefits everyone, not just the seafarer and also the shore guys. Compliant and timely mobilization. We are able to do crew change planning on time based on your availability. Crew welfare on board, ashore, if you need support. Then there's also career development, what you require to complete, which courses, which interviews for you to go on to the next possible rank. And at the same time, the seafarer can inform on the next availability, which allows the planning team to plan crew changes in advance. And it's COVID friendly. You do not need to come face to face with someone, and so your minimize of your face to face is there. And then we can also plan, coordinate trainings where you get a username, you can link to the trainings, and you'll be uploaded directly into your records. And it's a direct communication. And at any point, if you have issues, you know, the We Crew Connect app, there's also a We Crew support portal where you can ask questions. You have anything you would like to share, something that's happening on board that you would like to share. This We Crew support portal is a team of guys supporting globally for all seafarers, regardless whether you're on shore or you're on board. You can always contact them, share whatever you would like to share on terms, maybe on terms of salary, in terms of your next crew change available where possible. It will automatically be directed to the team, and at the highest level, we will solve it for everyone. And one of the most important thing at the same time is, due to COVID, minimize face-to-face meeting, crew training. As you know, we, for ship management colleagues on board, we know we have crew training to complete last minute when we have urgent crew mobilization, because some vessels are on spot charters. The next spot will only be known at the end of completion of the last charter. So this, in such scenarios, we face urgent crew mobilization, and there are trains that are missing. So when the crew seafarer goes on board, he has an additional load of completing the trainings while he's on board, while he's getting the first 7 days orientation on board too. So this is where possible, you can even know what is the master's responsible. So the master is well aware of his responsibilities on board, and whatever you can communicate with the mobilization cell on your missing training, they will assist to plan the missing trainings, additional trainings required. As you know, courses are being updated continuously, requirements are being added based on learning assessment of what we learn and how we can improve. And you are, with this app, you are able to complete everything at your fingertips, which is something which is very much needed in times of the COVID, which we look at it in the long run. This will be actually very beneficial. I would suggest to all seafarers to actually take some time to explore the app, try, understand any feedback, any questions on it. Please connect us directly to your planning managers, your CMPs, your mobilization managers, to anyone. We are here to assist you all at all points. Okay, next. So the next thing is, if you notice in the Crew Connect app, you can see that you can put your advanced rotation planning is very good. It supports you and also support us, crew change and planning, convenient ports, welfare, performance management, career development plan. Everything is at your fingertips. You can, the moment you can always inform your next activity to the master before disembarkation, to the crew coordinator before debriefing. to the crew relations coordinator by phone, or even anytime at the vCrew Connect app, maybe there's something you need to join earlier the vessel. You can always update availability, and it will be directly uploaded in the ship show where we believe the seafarer is ready. To avoid any delay of your embarkation, always update your availability as soon as possible. So it allows us to have better planning and better control of our planning team's resources. Next. Yeah, next, I would like to discuss the performance appraisal system. Most of your vessels will be rolling out this performance appraisal system. So what happens is actually a very three-step simple process. When you sign on, you have a meeting, you set your performance expectations on how you expect maybe an officer or maybe into a master where a superintendent will set expectations on how they expect, maybe on different charters, sports charter, whatever performance. They have a PMS, GAMI, and auxiliary engine to be able to do. So you set on what is required for him for this voyage. Then during the midterm, we will have a feedback meeting and informal guidance on where he is doing good, on where there is improvement that can be done. And then the final evaluation comes at the point of sign-off, where there's a debriefing. We explain the final measure and action plan. Maybe there's trainings that are required, or maybe there were great achievements that will be shared. The great things about this performance appraisal system is actually to get to know the seafarer in person, and you set and you discuss your expectations, because managing expectation is something where when you have very formal sessions, it always seems very professional, but when you have a midterm feedback, it assists you in actually discussing your expectations, both as a seafarer to the office and the office to the seafarer. It also provides a wider view on the crew performance. This is designed to ensure a consistent and a fair, transparent performance appraisal system. The evaluation is based on the observation across the whole contract period, which means the 30 days, 90 days, 6 months. It will be based, it will not be just based from one single incident and the evaluation happens. Yeah, sorry. Okay, sorry. Yeah, so then the dimensions of the performance appraisal: the company's focus, technical capability, safety and environment, teamwork, communicating and influencing, and leadership. Everyone will, senior officers will be based on this. So at any point of time, there will be scoring for each of these sections on where it's done. So you will have from outstanding, excellent, proficient, capable, unsatisfactory, unacceptable, where there will be training, planning of action on how we can improve our seafarer, because we believe in retaining our seafarers. So this is one of those things where with this appraisal system, it will be an open where the seafarer will also have a voice to spill that what has happened, how he can improve it. Yes. Next. Thank you so much for listening. I understand that crewing operations is quite a long and quite theoretical. So please, anyone who has any questions, please feel free to unmute yourself, or you can put your questions in the message and I will try to reply you as soon as possible.
Thank you, Balvinder. Actually, it was a quite important information, especially regarding steps done by the company, taken by the company to ensure timely relief of our seafarers and supporting their well-being, including mental well-being while on board the vessel. Colleague, I believe this is a right time to ask the question directly from your CMP, from Balvinder. Any question related to the timely crew changes, arrangement of those crew changes, and any inquiries, any challenges you're meeting on board the vessel during such challenging time due to the COVID pandemic restrictions? Just you can use reaction tab and raise your hand, or just unmute, speak and answer. Ask the question or raise your inquiry or any challenge. You are welcome. Okay, may I ask you, probably after the lunch, need some to make some exercise. May I ask you to raise the hands those who was actually overdue on the relief after the last contract, who was overdue on your relief from the last vessel? Can you please raise the hand?
Yeah. We have Nagesh,
Okay.
raise his hand.
Yeah, Nagesh, can you please unmute and tell what were the actual reason of your overdue, and how do you evaluate support from the crewing during your overdue relief? Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. We were flying on very short voyages route, say from Korea, Japan, and China, those routes. So we had an opportunity to speak to Mr. Dhilan sir, whom we are in video conferencing right now. So we had a conversation. I had the opportunity to explain him as to what's going on with my colleagues. So what sort of situation we were. Unfortunately, we were in a collision incident. So we had to get back from that, get the vessel back into trade. So we had good support from the office as well. So we have requested them a timely update on the crew relief operations so that we can convey the same to the staff. So that helped us a lot. Although we had to stay a few more, a month longer after this conversation. We got signed off in Singapore itself due to restrictions led by other port authorities like China and all. They had some restrictions like 14 days prior sailing out from their ports. We need a minimum 10 days voyage, after which the crew will be allowed to sign off. So based on these restrictions, we had good support from the staff. Mr. Dhilan sir, I spoke to him. He explained us the situation. So there was a little, it was hard to handle the compliment and convey the same to them. But at the end, we signed off safe and sound with all safety precautions, and we were back home. Thanks for that.
Thank you, Nagesh. Thank you for your kind words. We are all one family.
Yeah, and I saw
Yes,
one more. Yes, thank you, Nagesh. I saw one more. Our colleague Captain Padar Prasanta, he also raised the hand that he was actually overdue with your relief on the last vessel. Can you please also say if there were any challenges or concerns?
Yes, sir. These are the earlier time. That time, not all countries were accepting the seafarers. Now I can see a lot of countries. So actually, I have done 11 months, and some of my officers has done 13.5 months on board. So, but still, I feel a lot of owners do not agree for a small, diversion. Like a lot of vessels are passing Cape, so they can, at least 4, 5 hours, 6 hours delay. But owner charterer will never agree. Only few ownership companies are doing crew change in Cape, like Elizabeth Bay and all. But I found a lot of V ships not doing this. It is very difficult because you have to, agree. The charter has to agree, and the owner has to agree. So because I have some friends in other ships, other company, but they are doing crew change while passing Cape, like in Port Elizabeth, but which is not done in V ships group.
Yes, it's true that certain charters have certain owners when they go into a commercial voyage. Certain charters have placed such conditions that during the next 90 days crew change are not to be carried out. And if were to be carried out, they will need to give an approval like 30 days, 1 month before. We do have come across on tankers and on bulk carriers where they go into a commercial voyage where clearly states that no crew change is allowed for the next 30 to 60 to 90 days. This is something that is very true.
Yes, sir, because some of the ships I can see they have already done 10 months, 12 months already, and no crew change while passing Cape and all. So this is little bit.
No, this is the same time. Example, like today, we have a vessel coming from Brazil down back to the UAE. We are planning to do a crew change, a diversion to actually Durban to do a crew change. So where possible, we have diverted vessels to Reunion, Maldives. We were actually in V group, we were the first. V ships Chennai was the first to actually divert a vessel to Maldives. The day they opened, the next day we diverted a vessel. Where possible, the team works to conduct a crew change.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
No
Yeah,
problem,
if I may just add to something what Balwinder has said, I think, yeah, thanks for bringing this up. I think let's get it very clear. Nobody wants, seafarers to stay back on board longer than we can. I mean, unfortunately, this COVID doesn't seem to go away. I mean, we are all wishing it away. I mean, but I wish it'll one day disappear and we can do the crew changes very, very easily. But just to give you an example of the ship that we are going to do a crew change in Durban, we wanted to actually do the crew change when she was westbound for Brazil, or Argentina, actually. She was going to Argentina. And the problem with that is each country has got their own political views and rules and regulations. And for example, both Argentina and Brazil have a requirement that the ship cannot have a crew change within 14 days of arrival. And unfortunately, that was not, it was not working out. I mean, because of the rule in Argentina, because if she wouldn't have cleared the 14 days passage time after the crew change. And that's the time when we reached out to the owners and said, on the return passage, we need to carry out the crew change. We're doing that now, because when she comes back, there is no restriction. Yeah. So I think we hear you. I can feel the pain because as I told you, I've been a seafarer myself. I can feel the pain that every day extra on board a ship is difficult. I know, especially when you finished your tour of duty. But please bear with us. We do try to get you off. Balwinder and his team are doing their best. I mean, to get people off. Yeah. But I think, just please bear with us until this whole COVID blows over.
Yes,
okay,
thank you,
over
Pradeep.
to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, Balwinder, and Pradeep for your comments. Thank you, Captain Padar, for raising this issue. Also, I noticed our colleague Gagar Thakur, he also raised the hand, but Gagar, if you can just type in your comments or suggestions in the chat box, and I believe Balwinder will be able to address those later on. At the end of today's seminar, we'll have more time for question and answers. Anyway, anyone who would like to raise the concern with relate to crewing operations, please type in the chat box. We'll collect all your questions, we'll summarize them, and we'll answer later on. And I'm pleased to invite next speaker, Lalis Manyapu, our Marine Superintendent, with briefing on the vetting and port state control inspection. You're welcome, Lalis.
So thank you, Vitaly. Good afternoon, everyone. And very nice to see you all. I recognize quite a lot of names from the attendees. Some of them have sailed on my vessels or vessels that I take care of. Very nice to see you all. Just to begin with a brief background, I started with an Indian company called India Cements Limited and sailed mostly on bulk carriers initially, then shifted to oil tankers, and finally joined V Ships in 2019. I was in the QLC auditing department, where I met a few of you actually that I see on this list now, and then transferred laterally to the Marine Superintendent job here. So I work out of the Chennai office, and yeah, that's about it. Can we go to the next slide, please, Karen? So my topic was vetting and PSE good practices. I'm sure all of you are aware of the publication by OCIMF for best vetting inspection practice, but that's more of a technical publication. I'll try to address the more soft aspect of it, the personal aspect of it. So why vetting and PSE? We all agree that shipping is a business. And whose business is it? Frankly, it's all our business. It's everybody's business. When we say everybody, it starts from the seafarer himself, us, the ship operators, superintendents.
015.
Sorry? Okay. I guess somebody else was talking. So it's everybody's business, starting from the seafarer to us sitting here in the office, running your ships, operators, ship owners, the charterers who run the ships. Everybody has it. So if you have ships which are doing well in these inspections, let's say wetting or PSE, and there's a ship which has fantastic record of PSE and wetting, charterers are happy. They are able to fix the vessel better earnings. In turn, the owners are happy, and owners are happy. Maybe they gave us more ships, yeah. And we as operators are looking forward to that. Ultimately, it will result in better living conditions, better working conditions for seafarers, because safer ships, safer people, you will go home happier, you will definitely go home safer. So that was the intent. It is everybody's business, and let us recognize it as such, right? Next slide, please, Karen. So how do we approach a wetting or a PSE inspection? It's a third-party inspection. There are many theories on which is the best approach to be prepared for an inspection like this. Okay, this checklist, that checklist. You get 100 calls from the superintendents. I'm sure I have done those calls to you as well, both from the fleet and marine superintendents. Okay, Captain Saab, please get this ready. Chief, make sure engine room is clean. All this, but what's the best approach? So this is a slide I'm sure most of you will recognize. This is from the Avengers, and this guy turns into a big green Hulk who can destroy just about anything. And his friends are asking him, it's time for you to get angry now. The enemy is coming. And he says, that's my secret. I'm always angry. So we've just changed the last word to I'm always prepared. So nothing like always being prepared, because it just means that it's in your DNA. It's in your culture that you are ready for any inspection anytime. If a wetting inspector suddenly comes as a surprise check, you're still prepared. Not that you got notice of it 2 weeks before and you started pulling out the checklists and started discussing defect lists and then started preparing for it. Similarly, the PSE inspections, I wanted to actually suggest something. Very often we look at these external parties as someone across the line. We don't look at them as if they're in our team. We look at them as an external party, of course, and someone alien who's coming to cause trouble for us or cause harm to us. Frankly, if these guys are coming on board, indirectly, they are coming for our good. Yes, if they may catch something which is so bad that we missed it out, and that finding could literally save us. So that's the attitude with which we should be looking at external inspectors. They are coming, of course, to do their job, but they are to our benefit as well. It's like I said in the previous slide, it's all our business. It's everybody's business. So yeah, next slide, Karen. So in V-Ships, what tools have we at our disposal to tackle an inspection properly, either a wetting or a PSE? So for those of you on board, we have audits, self-audits, self-inspections, the monthly safety inspection, and the safety self-assessment. Now, if these things are done always, not always consistently, diligently, that takes care of all the issues, because like the earlier speakers were saying, even Pradeep, that who knows the ship best? It's you, the seafarers, not us sitting here in office or the inspector coming. So who should be having the most findings, or who should be knowing which part of the ship is having an issue or not? It's the seafarer himself. So these tools have been given to be used and be prepared as much as we can towards an inspection. From the office side, we do conduct audits and internal audits. The CTEC comes on board for an OBT. The QSC guys come for inspections, internal audits, and marine superintendents come for our inspections once a year, as to the fleet superintendents for the VIR. These are all basically checklists, tools again, so that all of us together, again, I repeat that all of us together can prepare the vessel for an inspection. Karen, next slide, please. So one of the most common practices, I'm sure all the masters and chief engineers here and even the junior officers will agree. I'm sure Captain Mathur will agree, he's here, ex-Kivas. So the best way to prepare and for inspection is to make it easier for the guy who's coming on board. At the end of the day, he is a human being also. He's come from his home and he wants to get back home as soon as possible. So collect all the files, all the paperwork in one place. Usually it's the master's cabin, as we've always been doing. If that's not convenient, it could be the smoke room, anywhere, but make sure that it's all done in one place, not that we keep running around at the last minute and when he asks you where's the class status, and then you go, okay, it's in the file on the bridge, let me get it for you. So we can avoid those sort of last minute niggles. And as a checklist, we have two unique tools. Of course, our first is the VIQ7. I'm sure most of you have seen the VIQ7. VIQ7 is just a list of questions divided into chapters, one question at the top and a paragraph at the bottom explaining the question. One common way of what I've observed, the common practice is when we ask a master or chief engineer or anyone to take a VIQ7 and prepare for a wetting inspection, they'll take it, they'll read the question, is the vessel's PV valve or the vessel's PV valves in order? They will just say yes and go to the next question. The secret to a VIQ7 is frankly in the paragraph of description under the question. And that is where you'll find what exactly you need to check. In the PV valve, how often are you supposed to do something? In the PV valve, what are the settings supposed to be, as per what? So if you don't read that paragraph, because frankly, it's a big paragraph and VIQ7 maybe runs into some 80, 90 pages. So if you don't read those paragraphs, you'll miss the entire point. And then I've seen masters ask me, sir, we have checked the VIQ7, but still this finding we missed because you haven't read the paragraph under the question. As simple as that. To make life easier, what V-Ships has done is they've made a checklist called VET01. And this gives the VIQ7 along with descriptive comments to each individual rank so that they can better prepare for the inspection. Yes. And so it's very simple. The master just prints it out. It gives it to chief officer, second officer, third officer, chief engineer, everyone. And you just go through your relevant questions diligently with the comments. There's a comment at the right top of the question box. Just read it and then tick it once it's done. So I don't think that there could be something more simpler than this as far as preparation for a wetting inspection is concerned. Right. Next slide, Karen. So another thing is continuing on from the human aspect of the inspector. We need to make him feel welcome. I'm sure a lot of us have done it, but doing it in a more programmed manner helps us. So first of all, we try to send you the inspector's past observations. So you know what sort of observations this particular inspector gives you. We provide it to you from ShipShare, from our vast database of V-Ships. Always there's a food element, from which nationality is the inspector, what sort of food he prefers. The master will ask him, should ask him, make him feel comfortable, provide a cabin for his changing clothes. Just be humble and courteous as is expected of us, because he's here to do his job and we are here to assist him. And have a person around to just assist you with, making a copy or pulling something out from a file. Usually I've seen masters keep the third mate, or if there's a senior cadet on board, he can do the job as well. And the last point being, if you're caught having missed something out, or something is not in place, something is not as it should be, don't argue. Once it is black and white, just accept it and say, sorry, lift your hand, say, I'm sorry, sir, and then move on. If we get stuck in arguing against something which is obviously wrong, it could put the inspector off. So yeah, that's it. Karen, next, please. Let's have a look at how we've been performing in our site inspections. So 2020, Chennai had an average finding rating of 3.33 per inspection. We had a few bad inspections last year, including some really bad ones in West Africa, whereas the group stood at 2.8. So we had some catching up to do. Coming to the year to date, 2021, the group stands at 1.95 and we are at 2.57. So we are still behind the group, but we can see that both together have had a good improvement over the last year. And we hope as we go along towards the close of this year, we can bring that down even further. So next slide, Karen. If we have a look at the chapter-wise findings that we've been getting, the biggest we've had is from safety management, yes, followed by, again, the number 11, general appearance, and number 2, that's safety, certification and documentation. This is just for reference for us to focus better going forward. Karen, next slide. So, like I said, the general appearance and conditions, certification and documentation, engine and steering compartments, and safety management. So these are the questions which have come quite often, sometimes repeated. This will be shared with you guys when you're on board. So just to focus on this and ensure that these are not repeated, because the idea being, if the same question is being repeated, it means you're not learning our lessons from the past inspections. And that gives a very bad impression to anyone, even to us. We will agree that if you had an observation and we couldn't correct, there's something wrong in the system, and it will call for an internal investigation. So yes. Karen, next slide, please. Coming to port state control inspections, how do we go about it? Very similar yet different. So here we have challenging countries and ports, which you can see approximately marked out on the world map here. We first get an SQL alert as soon as the voyage is fixed, saying you're going here, be careful. V-Ships has the Mark 11 checklist, which is almost like the Bible for port state control points. Again, in that checklist, the secret is to go to every point individually, check it diligently. We would request masters and chief engineers, chief officers and second engineers as well to take a personal interest in this checklist, not to just rely on the junior officers and fill it out diligently. In some cases, like the Marshall Islands flag, they will send you a separate checklist, MI 252 supplement or something like that. That also needs to be filled diligently. As far as PSE is concerned, I think these checklists are enough as preparatory points, because we also do Mark 11 on a monthly basis. Next, Karen. So the last year we had the top 5 defects are categorized into safety, fire safety, lifeboats, ISM, and ventilators. So this is group-wise statistics. And of course, the photo on the right is a bit scary, but that's what we're looking at. That's what we are looking at, frankly, as a consequence of something that if we do not do our jobs properly. Next, Karen. So self-inspections, as we said, the tools we are provided to the seafarers. How do we go about doing that? You do it robustly. You don't do everything by yourself. You spread the load. And we have been sharing certain campaigns, bulletins, circulars. Learn from those. Other ships have done some mistake. You should use that to your advantage and not let it happen again. What you shouldn't do is be afraid to report problems. We are here to support each other. As my last slide will show you, we are all together, right? We are not across the line in two different teams trying to achieve, we are not fighting against each other, frankly. We are in the same team. And do not allow risk normalization. You would have seen a lot of LETs and bulletins on this, but yeah, it's always been like that. The company knows it, it's there in the defect list. No, you do your self-inspection again. Karen, next please. The PSC statistics are like this. The average deficiency for 2020 we were very close with the group, around 0.9 to 0.94. And this year we are at 0.9. The group has gone up slightly to 1.05. Percentage of flawless inspections, we were at 76 to 77 last year, and the group was at 71. This year, we are almost neck and neck at 69 and 68. So the statistics. Karen, next. So this is something, the photo here shows you quick closing valves. There was a flag state inspection by Marshall Islands, one of our vessels in the US. They had sent the checklist, like I said. The vessel had ticked all the items and sent it back. During the inspection, these safety valves were found to be jacked up. So there it was a deliberate breach of safety, and there was no excuse for it. The master had a safety reprimand sent to him by the flag, and this was quite serious. I really can't reiterate how serious, because if this had gone to USCG, we would have been detained for sure. So please do not do these things. Next, Karen. So these are not from V-ships. These are industry observations, just for reference, but just to put it across to you that, what sort of lapses we've seen on ships. The bottom of a tank, gauge glass, flame screen missing, the weather tightness compromised, anchor cable links gone, and the securing point for stopper all bent. Next slide, Karen. Again, leaking mechanical seals, pilot ladder steps, missing gauges, broken hoses. These are all things. It's not about the actual finding. It means people have walked past this without noticing them or without bothering to rectify them. That is what, like the PSC from people from AMSA were saying. It doesn't happen this way overnight. It happens over a long period of time. And if this has been found on board by an external party, it straight away says that people on board are not bothered. So that was the point. Of course, the individual technical points we can go separately, but the idea to show you these photos from the industry is that it reflects upon the safety culture of a ship as well as a company, and it comes on us also, because it means we haven't done our checks diligently, we haven't followed up with you. So please do not let these sort of things develop on the ship, this sort of a culture develop where you do not find this alarming. This is actually alarming, right? All of you would agree that all these photos, these 9 and the earlier 9, are actually alarming. So I'll leave you with this, because I think my time is up and I've really enjoyed this presentation. Next slide, please, Karen. So like I said, this is not two teams, office and ship on different sides of a line. We're all on it together. This slide pretty much illustrates the same point. You see all the small fish on the right side, that's all of us together, and left is all the troubles or issues or incidents, accidents. We need to be together to tackle it effectively. I think it's self-explanatory. So we are stronger together. Thank you for listening. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you very much, Lalis. Very useful information and very good presentation. Thank you. Who believe there will be a question raised by our colleagues. Meanwhile, there is one outstanding question from previous presentation. I would like to invite the Gagan Thakur. Can you please unmute your microphone and speak now?
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yeah.
Yeah. First of all, good day to everybody, and it was my pleasure to attend this seminar. And the point of time when I raised my query, it was a time when we were discussing the two sign-on and sign-off procedures. And at that point of time, I wanted to share my experience from my last sign-off, which was in June end. And I signed off vessel Skylight, and I would like to thank Mr. Balvinder Dhillon, and this is a very good opportunity to thank him for his
Thank you.
efforts, because this was all possible because of his efforts. And we all know in these times of pandemic, it is very difficult to handle everything, all the transportations and abiding the rules of the country. We were sailing in South Asia, where there were so many restrictions, and we got only one opportunity in South Korea, where my sign-off was restricted because of my reliever got positive on the way from India to South Korea. So unfortunately, I could not sign off there, and I had to extend 1.5 months more. But as the company promised, and as Mr. Balvinder promised, that I will be signed off in Singapore positively, because vessel was en route on a long voyage after that. So that was the point when I was mentally very upset, and I discussed with Mr. Balvinder also all these issues we had telephonically. We talked about this, and thank you very much. And that was a very good effort from the company, and a very collective effort from Chennai office and Singapore office. Thank you very much, sir. Thanks.
Thank you, Gagan. Thank you for your kind words.
Yeah, thank you, Gagan. Thank you, Balvinder. I believe we need another short stretch break, because before we'll move to the next session. I believe during this time, everyone will be able to process the information received by previous presentations on vetting and port state control inspections. I see a very good picture on the screen. Strongly we are together, and as a team we can deal with any kind of issues, with any kind of challenges. Even those challenges are bigger than in everyone individual of us. So next stretching break, 10 minutes break. Please have another cup of coffee, prepare your questions. Please feel free to type your questions in the chat, and we will be able to answer all the questions by the end of today's session. Okay, Karen. Dear all, welcome back, and I'm pleased to invite the Suma Palavat, our fleet manager, with his briefing on the class surveys. You're welcome.
Hi, am I audible?
Yes, yes, loud and clear. Good.
Yeah, so good evening to everyone. My name is Sumant. I am a fleet manager with V-Ships Chennai. Been at sea for 15 years and then moved ashore with AET. And in 2014, I shifted to V-Ships, joined V-Ships as a fleet manager. And since then, been with V-Ships. I've had a pleasure of meeting a lot of you and in person, and I think a lot of names are very much familiar to me, and it's been an honor to work with you all. Those of who has not had a chance to meet you, I think look forward to meet you in future. So basically, what I'm going to talk about is classification society. This is something which mystifies us whenever we hear about it. So though this, I mean, it's a vast topic, but through this interaction, let us try to demystify the so-called class. So the intention of this presentation is to share what all surveys are there, what is broadly covered under those surveys, and what is expected to complete a successful survey, which is, completing a survey without a deficiency, and also how to prepare for a survey. Having a deficiency will lead to a condition of class, which in turn affects the vessel's tradability, rightship rating, and vetting inspections in case of a tanker. Thus, none of us wants to have it, and it should be avoided. Next slide, please. So now we talk about basically how many type of surveys are there, what kind of surveys are there. So we categorize these surveys under two categories: periodical and non-periodical, or occasional survey, as sometimes we call them. Periodical surveys are they are basically the which are listed on your screen, and these are the surveys where the items are inspected in related to a specific convention or a particular certificate. We have annual surveys, which is basically a general inspection of the item relating to a particular certificate or the convention, as I said. Intermediate surveys, these are the inspections of specified items relating to a particular convention, particular certificate. This is in addition to annual surveys. The scope is enhanced. Then comes the renewal survey. It is called renewal survey because your certificates, most of them are valid for 5 years, and they're required to be renewed every 5 years. So renewal survey covers all those certificates. Since we're talking about the renewal, the surveys are more detailed. There's enhanced inspections depending on the age of the vessel, type of the vessels. The UT gauging is done, or close-up inspection of bulkheads, cargo holds, or cargo hold, or cargo tanks, depending on the vessel. So when we talk about renewal survey, this is also basically it is carried out every 5 years, and we also call it as a dry docking survey. Bottom survey it's an inspection of underwater part of the ship related to the largely to the hunt condition, which is not visible at the time of her sailing, and these are conducted every they're supposed to be conducted twice a 5 years, and with interval not increasing more than 36 months. We do have vessels with IWS notation, in water survey notation. Those vessels with which are having IWS notation, they can be surveyed intermediately afloat. So we call them UWILE, so underwater survey in lieu of docking. Then comes your tail shaft survey, which is which is also 5-yearly, depending on what kind of notation you have. It will be decided whether the tail shaft requires to be pulled or basis certain criteria regarding your lube oil, continuous lube oil testing regime, and close-up inspections of your tail shaft, and the continuous monitoring of parameters is the tail shaft survey is carried out. Boiler survey again has a duration of 36 months, where detailed inspection of internals is carried out, and the boiler survey has a little bit of peculiarity. It does not have a extension window, so it has to be completed by a designated date. We'll talk about the periodics, the windows in the next slide. And then comes our non-periodical surveys, or as we call them, occasional surveys. So when do we need these occasional surveys? These are the inspections either done generally or on partially according to circumstances, such as damages, repairs. So whenever we have a damage or a repair carried out on a statutory item, we are obligated to inform class about these statutory defects, and in order to facilitate this, class will require to attend. That is why we will have these occasional or non-periodical surveys, as we call them. Also, if there is a change to any equipment or a pipeline or any other modification or extra installation or retrofitting on a vessel in terms of a machinery or any equipment, this also needs to be notified to class, which in turn requires the class attendance in order to verify that our new installation or modification is as per the class requirements. Next slide, please. So this one, gives us an overview of what all surveys are there, what kind of periodic windows we are looking at. So this is something called the survey regime, which is determined by harmonized system of survey and certification. It's a process which allows surveys to be conducted in a phased manner without overburdening the ship and owners with the frequency of surveys. Otherwise, you will end up having a survey in practically every port. So we would like ourselves to be limited to cargo ships, since we are not handling passenger ships. So as you can see on your screen, these surveys have the windows which is provided to plan well in advance for the surveys, and takes care of scenario where vessel is not in a convenient port, and where surveys and the services related to annuals like LSA service, your radio and navigation equipment services cannot be arranged. To cater to this kind of a scenario, we are provided with a window within which we can initiate a survey and complete it. So HSSC guidelines take into account the following conventions, basically, SOLAS, your cargo ship equipment, safety equipment, which we call SEQ, cargo ship safety construction, which is called SafeCon certificate, which is called, and another one is cargo ship safety radio, which we call it radio certificate. Then bottom surveys, load line survey. Then we have surveys, different surveys related to MARPOL convention, which is Annex 1 talks about IOPP, and Annex 2 talks about for chemical tankers, and this NLS. Annex 4 talks about sewage, and Annex 6 talks about your air pollution. And then we have the ballast water management convention. So what you can see on your screen is the R denominates the renewal of the surveys. P depends the period for a particular survey, during what period you are supposed to carry out those specific surveys. And if you can see, that 9, 12, and 15, this is a kind of a window which is provided during which a periodic survey can be attended to. Next slide, please. So, we intermediate and dry docking survey, or the renewal surveys, it has an enhanced scope, and it is done every 2.5 to 5 yearly, depending on what survey it is. But all of us, most of us, you during your contract, you will be coming through these annual surveys, and with this slide, we would like to illustrate, what is required to from the class perspective, what all checks they carry out during this surveys, and how do we prepare, how do you prepare for annual surveys? If you can see on your screen, there are a lot of checks required to be done or prior a survey, and obviously these will be checked by the surveyor once he is on board. So this is where we need direct intervention from your side in order to have a successful survey. These I mean, as we've been talking about earlier in different presentations, which was last also presented by Lalit, that the vessel has to be prepared at all times. If it is prepared at all times, then we are not looking at the last minute surprises. However, these are the checks, basic checks, which are expected from us when a vessel is undergoing a survey, annual survey. So, annual survey, the scope is, certificate examination, including STCW certification requirement, your visual examination of, sufficient extent of the ship and its equipment, including certain tests to confirm that the condition of the equipment is maintained properly. It also entails visual examination to confirm no unapproved modifications are done. And the next two slides will show us some of the common defects which we come across during annual surveys when we are not prepared. So I would request you to go through it and be vigilant when you're on board a ship, that these kind of deficiencies do not occur on your vessel. Next slide, please, Karen. So these are the photos of certain defects which leads to the deficiencies or so-called observations in a class survey. There's a photo of air vents, which is which was also shown by EMSA presenters. So this is not maintaining a air vent. You have soft patches. You have laggings missing. You have leaking boiler tubes. And next slide, please. Then we have items related to load line. Like the load line is not properly marked. You have the modifications carried out as you can see on the right hand side of the screen without class approval. Then we have the last two photos are showing the hatch cover packings on a bulk carriers. There is basically no packing. It is total deformation. So these are the defects which should be avoided in order to carry out any annual survey or other any inspection from that point of view. Next slide, please. So after the when we talk about periodic surveys, after annual surveys comes the intermediate survey. So this again has a window of plus minus 3 months, and it is to be carried out between second and third anniversary date, and it should take place along with one of these annual surveys. So scope, it includes the scope of annual survey, and additionally it involves continuous survey schemes for hull and machinery. So again, I would reiterate the requirement of an intermediate survey will depend on what kind of vessel, what is the age of the vessel. In addition to additional surveys, class surveys, it entails requirement inspection of ballast tanks, cargo hold tanks, internals, some sort of transverse bulkheads, and UTKG of specified areas. For ships with in-water survey notation, as I had mentioned earlier, U-wild underwater inspection in lieu of docking can be done. And However, in order for vessel to have a IWS notation, there are certain requirements which is prerequisite. Those requirements are like your tanks should be marked. We're talking about the hull because when the diver is carried out a visual inspection and the surveyor is looking at a camera, so he should be able to identify which all tanks are where. Then there also should be a inspection hole provided for taking bearing clearances of rudder. Then your tail chart should be on a 5-yearly regime. So once all of these things are in place, a owner can opt for an in-water survey, which notation which exempts vessel to dock at the intermediate survey. Next slide, please. So the next one is, the renewal surveys. Basically, this is the time where the vessel is docked, and the frequency is 5-yearly. Again, for the renewal survey, there is no extension. I mean, you're supposed to complete it within 5 years, unless until there are exceptional circumstances. Then only these renewal surveys can be extended. That too, you need approval from the flag to get the extension. So what I mean, I'm sure all of you must have undergone a docking. So the docking surveys are part of it's one of the part of the renewal surveys, and as you must have experienced, it's a detailed inspection of all the areas, basically tests of structures, machinery, equipment. Your certificates are checked, your record books are checked, your all the documentation is checked because it has to be renewed 5-yearly. So that is where we basically inspect the whole ship, take her out of the water, and carry out major repairs so that it can last for next 2.5 to 5 years, depending on what kind of inspection regime she is on. Next slide, please. So I'm not sure, how many of you have heard about this PR17? This is initially when I had joined Shore, I was also not aware of this PR17. This PR17 stands for procedural requirement 17. So basically, IX, the International Association of Classification Society, has 14 procedural requirement. Out of that, PR17 talks about this particular item, which is basically lack of implementation of company's safety management system, which in our case is RVMS. So this is basically a report which lists out the deficiencies identified during a periodic survey. Most of the time you will see that during an annual surveys also, the vessel gets PR17. So it depends, depends on the extent and number of deficiencies, the content of deficiencies. If there are so many, if there are many deficiencies and of the nature which entails that, or which construes that ISM is not being followed properly on that ship, a ship is issued by a PR17. Obviously, I mean, this is the last thing anyone wants. I mean, of course, you don't want it on board. We don't want it at office, and neither does the flag wants this PR17 to be issued by class. However, there are cases where it happens. So, idea is to let you know what exactly it is PR17 is, and what leads to PR17, and what are the repercussions if a vessel is issued with by PR17. So what happens is when let's say you are having an annual survey, and the vessel has a lot of deficiencies, and those deficiencies are not identified by the vessel, and it has not been reported to 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 the management office, to the managers, like for you, V-ships in your case. Then it is construed that the ISM code is not being implemented fully on this vessel. So we will talk about these deficiencies on the next slide. But so what does it mean? So if a vessel is issued with PR17, that means you had your ISM system is not implemented properly. You will be issued with PR17. This puts a vessel on a close inspection regime. That means your vessel will be inspected more closely by flag and class, unless and until they are satisfied that now things have improved and the ISM is being implemented properly. So this, this is basically, it results in a what should I say, in an embarrassment from the commercial aspect also, because your tradability is also hampered. Your rightship rating goes down. So on the next slide, what are these deficiencies? These are the basic deficiencies, technical deficiencies, document deficiencies, operational deficiencies, which are, there are so many in number, and they are so grave that which makes attending surveyor issue PR17. So in terms of technical deficiencies, there will be poor condition of hull, main deck, closing appliances, railings are broken, ladders are broken, defective firefighting equipments, life-saving appliances are not working. There are leaks in engine room, pump room. So basically deficiencies related to all the technical condition of machineries and the vessel. Operational efficiencies are you're basically related to your accidents and hazardous occurrences not reported to the company, crew not able to conduct shipboard drills, they are not able to show the fire pump operation, emergency generator operation, crew is not able to communicate effectively about their duties, they are not able to perform effective drills. And for documentation deficiencies, the expired statutory certificates, overdue surveys, ships, the DOC is not valid, SMC has incorrect data, so kind of deficiencies related to documents. So all of these and the number of deficiencies, they become so many that the class becomes concerned, and they say that ISM is not implemented effectively on this ship. Thus, they are required to be inspected more frequently, and they will be issued with PR17. When PR17 is issued, within 3 months, you're supposed to carry out an external audit to check the effectiveness of your ISM system again. So what basically we're trying to say, there will always be some defects or deficiencies. What ISM expects is we identify it, we report it, and we have a risk assessment in place, and then we have an action plans. Once all of this is there, even if there is a deficiency, class is okay with it because this has been identified, and we have an action plan in place. So next slide, Karen. So with this, I come to the end of my presentation. If it's a vast topic, I tried to squeeze it whatever I could in 15 minutes. So if you have any questions, please feel free to ask now or afterwards. You can put your questions in chat, or as anything you require. We are always there to answer. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Sumant. Very useful information. Thank you for sharing the points for the successful surveys. And definitely, I believe there will be the questions by the end of today's session. Colleague, please feel free to type your questions or prepare for them for the next Q&A session, which will follow after the next two presentations. And I'm pleased to invite Anand Rajaram, our fleet superintendent, with his flawless technical operations overview. You're welcome, Anand.
Good afternoon, everybody. You're able to hear me? Good.
Yeah, we can.
So I joined V-Ship about 2 months back. I sailed as chief engineer on tankers. I have a sailing experience of 14 years at sea. Next slide, please. So what is an ambition? So as any company, V-Ship also has an ambition. So we have an ambition to deliver flawless delivery. So for this, we all have to be one team. It is not shore staff are separate and sea staff are separate. We are all one team. So that is where we play a major role in bringing up a company with an enhanced effort from both the ends. Effective communication is a major part in this. So once everybody is as a team, so effective communication will obviously fall in place. And zero spill and higher safety standard, a key factor to bring the seafarers home. Yes, because if you have a spill, then you don't come home. So because you are in, you might be integrated by some other countries' policies and countries, they might penalize you. So it's always better to not have any spill. And once you maintain a higher safety standard, we are all safe and we can all return back to our family. So expansion of a business is always by pleasing the clients and satisfying the best core values of the company to them. To have this effectively, the ship staff is the main people who can actually deliver this, because to run, again, it is a safe operation, will enhance the company to deliver the best core values. The better equipment management by reviewing, evaluating, and implementing planned maintenance system. So once equipment is maintained properly, so there is no deficiencies, there is no PSC inspections where they will make sure that this equipment is not maintained. So all these things will be taken care if a proper PMS evaluation is done and a PMS maintenance is followed as per the ship shore. Cost-effective operation of the vessel by utilizing the energy conservation methods available at our disposal. Yes, because nowadays, as per the new regulations, the energy conservation comes into a major play. So these are all the criteria which are required for the growth of a company. And reduced deficiencies by third parties, PSC, right ships, vetting, class, etc. The best part is to again focus on the quarterly CSC campaigns, because these all the countries have different CSC campaigns, and once each and every campaign is followed, the main PSC agenda is completed. So this one is very important for all the ship staff, especially the senior officers, to focus on, because apart from all the other campaigns, this one is a major campaign which has been concentrated by the ports. So once this is done, most of your once in 3 months the CIC changes. So if you concentrate on this, then most of the safety standards are always up on each and every vessel. Next slide, please. So for the important for the customers is qualified crew members on board. We always have a qualified crew member on board. So VMS has got LMS, which is required by all crew members to be followed. So that's actually vast. And if you complete all the questions and answers, and if you follow the training which is there in the LMS, it's actually more than sufficient to have a broader aspect of what is happening in the company. And since you are at home, this one gives you a brush up of what is actually happening, because at vacation you can obviously mold yourself for a better tenure when you go on board. A good sire inspection and a PSE inspection without any deficiency gives a enhancement to the client. Valid statutory certificates, cost-effective operation of the vessels, enhanced technologies to improve vessels' performance. Yes, we are implementing more as per the required for the energy conservation. We are having a lot of improvement and performance enhancement for the vessels. Zero incidents and accidents, maintaining companies' KPI, quality services, reduced downtime, high safety standards on board, reduced LTI on board. So the quality, so reduced downtime is again the injuries and any accidents or incidents. These reduce the downtime. So again, coming back to the same, for an effective customer or a client, what they expect is to run the ship effectively without any downtime and with higher safety standards again coming into play here. Next slide, please. So the fleet incident information. So we are yes. So this one is engine fires. So as you see, on an average, as per the IMO, 150 major incidents involving fire or explosion on merchant vessels every year. So this is actually a cause of concern because fire is a major incident. So 400 people killed by a fire at sea, that is, and 50% of the fire originate from engine room fires. 70% of those fires are caused by oil leaks from pressurized system. So the main thing what the IMO has taken for this major year is the fires which is caused by most of the fires happening in the engine room. So every year there are certain concentration which is happening, and this year it is the engine room fires which has been spotlighted on. Next slide, please. So this is one incident which has happened in our company. This is a, if you see the, this one has happened due to the fire on one of the mess room refrigerator. So because of a refrigerator which got heated up and there was no maintenance carried out, the compressor actually turned hot, red hot, and then it started having fire. So what happened was the smoke detector, they did catch it triggered the alarm, and then the crew mustered and they extinguished the fire using several DCPs. But next slide, please. The main cause was the fridge. There's no PMS followed on. There is no, actually there is no PMS for these fridge which are kept in the mess rooms, because most of the times at home also the refrigeration we don't carry out a maintenance, but this one on board, at on board there is most of the, in the mess room there is no heat transfer taking place, because there is no for in the crew, if you have it in the officer's mess room, you don't have any things for the heat transfer. So that is major concern and it is overlooked. So, and that is the reason for this cause of a fire. So the lessons what we have learned is the PMS was included for this particular equipment. So similarly, not only for a refrigeration system, not only for a refrigerator. So the same thing goes for your dryer, which we use in the engine room, and for the air cooler, the water coolers which we are using. So the water coolers are also, sometimes we don't look for the maintenance, or we don't even open and check whether the compressors are running properly or not. So these are major things which, when next time when you go on board, just to check, because a small lack of concentration on the particular equipment can lead to a larger failure and a big fire. Next slide, please. Yes, next slide, please. Yes, this is again a peculiar fire in an engine room. This one has happened where a high pressure pipe of a main engine leaked, and the high pressure of the fuel went onto the exhaust manifold and it engulfed into a big fire. So the maintenance of the high pressure pipe, which needs to be periodically checked, even though it has a double sheath ring, sometimes during a inspection or around, you might see oil stains on the sheathing. So please don't overlook these oil sheatherings. These are signs. So once you catch on these signs, you can avoid such a major massive fire. So in this particular incident, the water mist system was activated. So, and once the activated, because the third engineer was near the vicinity, he got minor injuries. Though no harm happened to him, only minor bruises with minor burns, but still, this is again an injury. So the again the anti-splash tapes. The anti-splash tapes needs to be inspected frequently. Most of the times when you see the anti-splash tapes are not put on the high pressure pipes, but it is mostly, if you see, it's put on a wrong equipment. For example, the air line or the water line. These anti-splash tapes are specifically for only for the fuel oil and lube oil, which are hot. So this anti-splash tape actually prevents from splashing. It prevents it. But during, if there is any leak, you can eventually see the stains on the anti-splash tape. So please remove the tape to check whether there's an actual leak or not, or is a stain which happened during the maintenance time. Next slide, please. Next, there was an auxiliary engine fire on board one of the vessel. So the fire alarm activated at around 1000 hours. All the crew members, they were mustered at the fire station. The engine room had a thick smoke, black smoke. The fire party, comprising of a motorman and an AB, refused to enter the fire space. And it's a human tendency that they refuse. But the seafarers, everybody is trained to act on emergency. But during an emergency, everyone needs to be more bold so that they don't refuse. And this creates a confusion. Already there is a havoc over there because of fire happening. So once the party refuses, so then every the thing goes for a toss, because the next in command has to eventually go. So, and at this particular incident, the chief engineer and the third engineer entered the engine room wearing the fireman's suit. So once they entered, the chief engineer saw the auxiliary engine lube oil filter vent pipe with 5 bar pressure spraying on the exhaust manifold and the turbocharger sucking the oil vapors. This actually, if it was not timely found, the turbocharger would have exploded and it would have created a more major catastrophe in the engine room and injured most of the people there working there. Second engineer proactively activated the quick closing valves, closed the dampers, and stopped the blower fans in the auxiliary engine so that the auxiliary engine tripped to avoid further fire. 4 portable fire extinguishers and applicators were used by both the fire teams to extinguish this fire. Next slide, please. The PMS routine, all auxiliary engine filters were carried out by the duty officer, by the engineer officer. The vent pipe, the reason for this particular fire was basically over tightening of the vent pipe on the casing of the lube oil filter. So it's always better to use a torque spanner or always refer to the manual which states the exact tightening torque required for this any particular tightening method. Because if you don't follow this tightening sequence, or if you over tighten equipment, it might rupture the entire plature or it might damage the thread. B, when you start overhauling for the next particular time, it won't be easy to even open up. Third, the stress levels which they specifically say for this particular nut and bolt, it is not applied. So it's always better to tight as per the torque which is mentioned in the manual. Next slide, please. Previous slide. So if you see the picture, You see the oil is totally, this one was just saved the entire cable trunking of the electrical wires. It would have even caused a major fire if they had not proactively shut the auxiliary engine. The emergency, it's always when a drill is being carried out, please ensure that it is carried out in an effective manner, because the drills are the ones which saves us. At a time of an emergency, you can recollect that what actually the each and everybody carried out the duties in that particular drill. That actually saves time. It actually allows you to act swiftly. Next slide, please. Regarding the main engine, as per the regulation, new compliance of fuel, which is the VLSFO, which everybody knows that the compliance is in effect from January 2020. Because of the new fuel, there are a lot of problems which is happening in the engines. So in the forthcoming slides, we will discuss about the problems which we are facing with the engines. But these ones are the variations between the VLSFO which you're receiving at different ports, the bunker. It is about 50 to 300 CST. There is a huge difference in the viscosity. So because there is a huge variation in the viscosity, for each and every bunker, please follow the requirements what is stated when you get the analysis report. For some particular injection, for some particular bunkers, the injection temperature is only 120. But for some particular bunkers, the injection temperature is somewhere around 80 or 90. Because once you exceed the temperatures, you might have rapid problem with the engines. The lubrication, again, the cylinder lubrication, as per the new, as for the MAN BMW, they are requesting to use TBN 40 and 70 simultaneously. So weekly, 3 days 40 and 3 days 70, or bi-weekly TBN 70. So this one has been given by the makers to prevent the liners and have an effective lubrication for the piston rings and the liners to prevent the further damage of the liners. The liner corrosion also has been reduced by these kind of lubrication when you use 40 and 70 alternatively. So to prevent the to know the wear, so we are sending the scrap down analysis once in 3 months to the labs to find out the wear rate for the liner and the piston rings. Because the iron content, the ferrous content, if it is high, then we are eventually coming to a conclusion that there is some wear taking place, and if the values are going up, then we can increase the lubrication, decrease the lubrication, and monitor effectively to prevent and save the piston rings and the liner for the particular issue. Because the VLSFO has having increased ash content. Because they are having an increased ash content, the deposits on the piston, exhaust wall, and turbocharger EGB is all high. So read the bunker report before taking the bunker. Even though the ash content is not available most of the times, please request. And as per the VMS, the fuel should be used once you receive the analysis report only. So in case if you don't receive the analysis report, please let us know immediately, so that we can give suggestions from our side, and we can push the lab to give the analysis report on priority basis. Next slide, please. This is one particular incident which happened in one of the vessel, where you could see the piston ring was broken into pieces. But this one had got nothing to do with the fuel oil system. This one was because of the quills which they installed. If you could see the picture, the piston had eventually damaged the quills in one of the section. This one happened because the spare which supplied by the vendor was not of the exact size as per the maker. It had 1 mm excess length. That 1 mm excess length caused a huge damage to the liner as well as the piston, and there was no lubrication. So if you could see on unit number 4 and 5, scavenge temperature started rising. Main engine was immediately stopped, inspected, and found the piston rings were broken. Because of the rough weather, they could not do the unit overall at that particular port. So they had to divert the vessel. The overall commenced, and they found the liner worn down completely. They calibrated the liner, and they were also taken aback because the liner was changed only about 5,000 hours back. Quill's head were found deformed, leading to improper lubrication. So whenever, next slide please. So whenever you receive a spare, or whenever you're fixing a new spare, please check with the old one whether the dimensions are matching. Because of the new the model change and the serial number change, there is a huge difference. Even a small difference gives a huge impact for the engines, and this gives a, again, the cost is involved here. Apart from the effort from by the ship crew to change again and again the liner and the piston, the cost is also involved here. So the efforts, once you put at the first time, it will eventually, even though you put say an hour extra or a half an hour extra to find out each and every size is okay, or if that particular fitting is fine for that particular equipment, you do save lot of time to not reopen it, to not do the job again and again. Only manufactured approved spares to be ordered. So from our side, we do take only manufacturers quotation, and then we do place only with them. Feedback to the vendors from the office regarding the quality to be accurate. So this can be done only if the ship staff, after receiving each and every order, come back to us and tell us that this supplier was good. This what spares what we received was perfect, and we used it and we didn't have any issues. The dimensions were okay. So that we can go back to the same supplier and then procure, so that we don't have any future problems. So we don't want to venture with the new vendors where even though they reduce give a reduced cost, we don't want to go with them because we don't know whether they will supply us with an accurate spare or not with the same dimensions. Fuel analysis report, as I said, it has to be studied properly, purified to be run at reduced throughput, and with the temperature as per the nomenclature. So the purifier, as everybody knows, the nomenclature needs to be followed. So if the, as per the viscosity, if the gravity disk needs to be changed, please refer to the nomenclature, because sometimes you need to change the gravity disk if you are using an old type of purifier. If you are using an alpha lava, you do not have to change the gravity disk, because that will take care. It's an automatic operation, so that will take care. But if you're using a conventional one, please try to go through the nomenclature and change the gravity disk, and that is very, very important. Next slide, please. So this is from my end. Any further questions, please ask, so that I'm here to clarify. And thank you for listening to me and giving me this opportunity.
Okay, Anand, thank you very much for quite comprehensive information shared. Also very impressive examples of what might happen if the routine procedure are not followed. Examples as you show before, those pictures of engine room fires and machinery failures. Thank you very much. Colleague, please prepare your question. Believe Anand will be able to address them by the end of the next presentation. We are going to talk about your career progression and competence development. Next slide, please. So generally, we will be talking about you. Just again, Probably you hear or read somewhere about the Peter principles. Peter J. Lawrence is a Canadian educator and hierarchologist with best known to the general public for the formulation of the Peter principle. Actually, Peter made significant amount of different social researches and observed that the people in a hierarchy tend to rise to their so-called level of incompetence. It gets employees are promoted based on their success in a previous job until they reach a level at which they are no longer competent, because skills on a one job is not necessarily translate to another job. A person who is competent at their job will earn a promotion to a position that requires different skills. If that promoted person lacks the skills required for the new role, he or she will be incompetent at new level and will not be promoted again to the next higher level. If the person is competent in a new role, she will be promoted again and will continue with this process until reaching a level at which they are becoming competent. Being incompetent, the individual will not qualify for the promotion again, and so will remain stuck at this so-called final placement or Peter's plateau. This outcome is inevitable, given enough time and enough position in the hierarchy organization to which the competent employees may be promoted. This is especially true in such hierarchy-based organizations like shipping or maritime companies. Just an example. If someone was a third mate who was promoted then to the second mate, then to the chief mate, then to the master. If right tool was not provided for that person for his or her career progression, then there is a high chance that somewhere in the chain of promotion, this person may stuck in a position when he or she is not competent. Another example, the second mate who is agreed in his or her particular role may give someone a false sense that he or she is good enough to be promoted to chief officer. But without fully knowing or assessing his or her chief officer capabilities, there is a high risk that based on a positive impression only, that person becomes promoted and lands in new position, but without having enough competence to work in new role. This is a proven scientific research model. It's not just a group developed model. Another example is when the chief officer who strives his or her promotion to master hears from more senior officers that there is a feeling that he or she is not good enough for the next rank level, without getting any detailed information and following with the risk of loss of motivation. All this might happen unless we have a balanced competence development program in place. Next slide, please. I want to throw the ball to seafarers and conduct short poll. You have been with the group for many years as senior officers, junior officers. So now I would like to hear from you. Are you satisfied with how promotions are currently managed with the group? It's a simple question. Just answer in chat, yes or no. Just type your answer in chat, yes or no. That means, do you know what process structure is in place? How you can be promoted, when you will be promoted, how clear is the procedure? So please type in the chat, yes or no. I see yes are mainly coming in the chat. So believe all understand, all satisfied with the current promotion process and procedures. Yes, mainly it's a yes. So it's a good positive news that we have a good procedure, but anyway, we are working in a challenging and constantly changing environment. So what is good now may not be good enough in the future. That's why we are continuously striving to improve our system. Even it's a good, because if we just stay on the place and the feeling that it's good enough, we will might fall down in a state of complacency. Next question. Do you feel comfortable as a senior officer when you get a new promoted junior or senior officer joining your vessel? Also, a quite easy answer, just type yes or no. So it's don't need to be political answer. Be open to express your experience. So how oftenly you meet the newly promoted junior or senior officers who joined your vessel, and how are you satisfied with their level of skills, knowledges, and the promotion process? So again, I see mainly yes coming in the chat. Again, quite good news that within that fleet, this procedure is very efficient and working effectively. But again, the same poll was conducted within the other fleets, and some senior officer answered that no, we are not happy with some newly promoted junior officers or senior officers joining the vessel, because those persons were not trained by myself to the level of my standards. So sometimes the officers say, please do not say any new promoted staff to my vessel, because I don't trust their training. So that's why we are trying to improve our processes. We are trying to implement new procedures and to be, in order to be 100% satisfied. And the last question for this presentation is, how do you think? Who is accountable for your career progression and competence development within this company? Is it a superintendent? Is it your crewing manager? Is it you, or is it training department? Also, please feel free to type in the chat who, on your opinion, is accountable for your career progression and competence development. Good to see that almost everyone typed that myself. Absolutely. The main person accountable for our own career progression and development is everyone, is oneself. But anyway, as an organization, all other superintendent, crew manager, training department, we are there to support you. We need to provide all of you with a platform tool to make your career progression successful. Next slide, please, Karen. So I'm going to brief you shortly about the new tool and to support your development. So far as I know, almost of you already worked with this new learning platform. Since the last year, we have contracted OTG, which is a parent company to the Seagull, Marlins, Videotel, and Marine Training Services. Sorry for this technical issue. And there are over 130 e-learning titles. It's an adaptive content. You don't need, you will see only those trainings that required by your rank and by your vessel. It's a micro-learning. Means 2-3 minutes video, snipped video content, but not a like a 100 or minutes training. Simulation games in a development in the pipeline, like a navigation simulator. Actually, navigators already use it. And we are looking also for the rescue games and other correct games for mobile phones. All this is coming. Another improvement is the risk matrix, related reflection of the learning material. Majority of you already use this system ashore and on board the vessel. Online access, you'll see the same materials on board and ashore. Also, it includes an instant replication. So whatever course is completed ashore within the couple of hours, this will be reflected in the ship shore. And all concerned will be able to see that you already completed this training. Next slide, please. Voyage competency management system. Why it's implemented? Because it contains the industry approved standards like Intertanka, ICMG, IMCA for the offshore vessels. It's a clearly defined career path. It can be used for the promotion, for the career development. It contains self-initiated e-learning. It has auditable, provides auditable document trace. This competency assessment based on the observation. It's actually not a more face-to-face activity, not just an e-learning, not just use computer materials, computer database. We use this as a support for the overall promotion process. And the main objective of the competency management system is to achieve operational excellence by developing our officers' competence. Next slide, please. As already mentioned previously, it vessel-specific competencies. It contains vessel-specific competencies. It has an opportunity for the simulation of the competencies required for the next ramp. It should be conducted, completed by the onboard observation. It's a face-to-face activity. This system contains the clear guidelines and clear criteria for the assessment. Guidelines can be used by the person in order to prepare themselves for the further assessment, and same guidelines can be used by the assessor, senior officer on board the vessel, in order to let the senior officer know what is expected from the person being assessed, what is expected from the officer, and what criteria of evaluation need to be considered. Also, another objective of the competency management system is to move away from the paper-based format. Currently, you use the form IDM 30, which is applicable to the every rank. This electronic system is an equivalent of the IDM 30, but also it allows to ensure the process is consistent and it's properly documented and visible to all. Next slide, please. The process is already started since the beginning of the 2021. We started roll out the boxes to the wider fleet of vessels. And also since the 1st of July this year, we started rollout of the competency management system for the other vessels. We conducted the trial run with 12 vessels, tankers, early in May this year, and this trial run was successful. Technology proves that it's workable and efficient to use. Definitely this requires some training to be completed, but we have all those tools in place. We have the e-learning titles and OTG system in STS. It's both accessible to seafarers, available to seafarers both ashore and on board the vessel. This system is recommended, strictly recommended to be used, to start use. We recommend to start use before end of the year 2021, because from the January 2022, the system becomes mandatory for all officers who strive to be promoted to the next rank. And if competencies are not completed after January 2022, then the officer may not be considered as ready for the promotion. Next slide, please. It's about the consistency. One time down, it may not give you the successful results. Learning, training, and development requires consistency. You need to take everyday steps, even it's a small steps, to make your career goal closer to you. I have a final question for this, for my presentation. Can you please answer to this? On your opinion, you just type in the chat box, how many months or years do you think it's necessary to make an average person to become a seller? So how long time it requires to average person to become a seller? How many months, years, or days? Can you please type in the chat box? How do you think? How fast average person can be a seafarer, can be a seller? 1 year. 1 year of training. Half year, just a half year. So 6 months enough to become a seller. 3 years, little bit longer. This is not trick question. Listen to your heart. 6 months to 1 year. From first day, anyone can be a seller. Average person can be a seller. Once he joins sea. All life. Okay, next slide, please. Karen, can we explore the answer? The answer is very simple, colleague, that an average person will never become a seller. You need to be proud about that. You are special because you are beyond the average persons. Thank you very much for your attention. I wish you success in your career goal achievement, all using all those tools we mentioned before. Thank you very much. And now we are moving to the open forum question and answer session. Now you can raise any concerns. You are welcome to raise any questions that remains unanswered before. If you have any questions, just type in the chat, raise your hand, or just unmute your phone and speak. We want to hear from you. You're welcome. Okay, Raymond, you're welcome.
Yeah, my question, can you hear me loud and clear, all of you?
Yes.
Okay, my question is to Mr. Alawat. This is, I have one doubt, so I just thought of getting it clarified from the expert. So this is regarding the survey. Just imagine if there are 2 overdue surveys. Mr. Alawat, are you there?
Yeah, I was muted. Yes, I'm very much.
Yeah. If there are 2 overdue surveys, one is the boiler survey and the other one is the cargo gear survey. As you are a bulk carrier guy, a fleet manager of a bulk carrier fleet. So both surveys, they have something in common. That is, they don't have any extension, correct?
Absolutely.
So in both the cases, in which one actually the class would be suspended? In the overdue cargo gear survey or overdue boiler survey, the class would be suspended. And then if so, then the PR 17 would be issued by the class or not. If yes, then what is going to be the action from our end, from the V-ships end, to downgrade the deficiency, and how much time the class, the IX, going to give us to send the corrective action report with the appropriate root cause analysis. So there are lots of questions in this one, because it's a continuous link which will cover all your topics. So I'll just repeat the question. In which survey, overdue survey, the class would be suspended? Is it a cargo gear survey or a boiler survey?
So thanks for the question. I mean, it's quite an interesting one. So answer to the first question is both. In both cases, your class will be suspended. So there is no leeway on that. However, if what happens is, sometimes you're cutting too close. So, what we say is, you come to a port where you don't have surveys available and your last date is approaching. And then what you can request class is to open surveys. They will open the survey remotely and witness it and close it in the next possible opportunity, whichever is your next port, if it is convenient enough for attendance. So that's the only way out. The PR 17 is it's not related to this. I mean, yes, indirectly, yes, any overdue certificate or surveys, it does lead to PR 17, but I don't think you will come to the PR 17 stage here, because as it is, it's a critical one, and you will need to address it. So that is why the monitoring of these surveys is very important. It is done at our end. And obviously at your end also, we would need your help also in reminding in case we miss out. So in our end, in our system, we have some sort of alerts and some sort of a tracker to give us a heads up when we approach this kind of a survey.
Yeah,
Go ahead, please.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Continue. See, as per my little bit understanding on this is that the class has complete authorization to issue any kind of suspension only on their part, which is a boiler survey. Because cargo gear doesn't come under class. It is basically part of ILO 152. And the ILO, they have only appointed a class to do the inspection on behalf of them. So suspension would not take place in case of the cargo gear. But what I believe is you cannot use the cargo gear until and unless you do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
But PR 17, in this case, 100% it will be issued, as it's a documentation deficiency which lead to this procedural recommendation 17. And PR 17, again, you have to immediately, I think so, arrange a class survey, right? To downgrade the situation and to do the immediate ISM audit on board. And again, it will give you minimum 30 days as per IX to submit your corrective action report, which would be again accepted by them. And they have to revert with an acceptance report. And then in the next 3 months, you have to go for a re-DOC audit. In both the cases, I think so, there are bigger consequences. That's what my doubt was, because many times I am confused because why there is no extension to these surveys. This is a very, very important question revolving around my mind. So this is what I just wanted to know, why there are no extensions to these two.
I think the reason being one is pressurized vessel. The boiler is being a pressurized vessel. It entails a lot of human lives are at stake. Similarly, I would say for the cargo gear also, any malfunctioning will lead to an accident, and which again involves an human life. So that's what I would presume is the reason for it. Yes, you were right about the cargo gear. Yes, I mean,
perfect. Thanks, Mr. Alawat. Thanks for the clarification. Yeah.
regarding PR17, you are supposed to submit a report within 30 days. However, you are given a 3-month period for your external audit,
audits.
SMC audit, ISM, all three, ISM, ISPS, and MLC.
Correct. So, also regarding the CSM, is there any application procedure for the new ship and the existing ship? And is this a service which we have to opt for? And secondly, is it an option which can be amended in the 5-yearly block agreement with the class, the fee when we pay?
No, it's mandatory. Continuous survey of machinery is mandatory. There is no option. I think what you're talking about is sometimes chief engineers are authorized to carry out some survey. I hope you're not getting confused with that part.
No. There are actually what I know is the application procedure pertaining that new ships, especially the yard delivery vessels, we have to opt for after immediate, the classification survey. 3 months after that, we have to apply for the new ships, and the existing ships, we have to do it 5-yearly. But the CMS, the real worry part is many times I have seen the chief engineers, they diligently doing their part, because again, there are 2 categories. One is the confirmatory survey and one is the open up inspection. And the open up inspection has to be under the surveyor's attendance, and the confirmatory surveys are based on the chief engineer inspection report, directly dependable on their credentials. But when we delay the CSM survey, they again they request for the re-inspection. So that is again a very time consuming. Although the chief engineers, they have lots of evidences, the credible evidences like the photographs, the old spares, but still the confirmatory survey, it goes back to the open up inspection form, due to the fact that we arrange the surveyors, especially for crediting the CSM items only at annuals instead of 6 monthly or sometimes quarterly. Is it true, Mr. Alawat? Should we increase the frequency of the surveyor attending only to credit the CSM items? If we just amend that in the 5-yearly agreement of the block agreement fee which we are paying to the class?
It's harmonized. You see, it is not that every basically they are any surveys, any CSM item has to be done every 5-yearly. So not necessarily that all of them has to be done at the same time. That's why they harmonize it. But if you like first time what happens is all of them.
It is 20% every year we do, like that we complete 100% in 5 years,
correct.
And that saves the money and the time in the dry dock, because one part credit by the surveyor, it is chargeable. So basically we try to do all the confirmatory survey within these 5 years. But my question is, many times it's very, very difficult for chief engineers on board to reopen the machinery for the open up inspection, although it was part of the confirmatory survey, because E stands for the confirmatory survey, X stands for the open up inspection as per the CSM markings, correct? The symbols.
Correct. So, on the report.
Yeah, correct. So this is what I just want to know how often, how frequent basically we arranging a surveyor only for the CSM credit.
We as per your block fee agreement, there is no provision separately for CSM. What we do usually is we try to club them along with your periodic surveys. Like with your annual survey, you would try to club it, and so that if you are doing it dedicated only for CSM items, then it might become your occasional survey, which is out of your most of the time. Though it depends on your contract, but most of the time it might be out of your block fee agreement. So it is always better. I do understand what you're trying to say. I
No,
think in
because
those
sometimes I
cases,
have added, we have seen it is added free of cost in the block agreemental fee, and that's why.
actually depends what kind of agreement you have. But usually, they will always specify, oh, this much, these are the specific surveys which will be included, and this is what it entails. I don't see it very often, the CSM items being covered in block fee. Reason being, I mean, after all, class attendance takes money. I mean, it costs them also money. So you can't ask them every 3 month or 4 month and come and credit on your behalf.
Correct. And also, second thing, in the company's software, ShipShore, in the PMS, do we have the maintenance item related with CSM? Is it showing the CSM there?
It does show the surveys now in the ShipShore 2. However, our ShipShore, though it is class approved, I mean, ShipShore as a whole is a class approved, but for specific vessel to be class approved, let's say your vessel is registered with ABS. If you want, ABS to for that vessel, ABS is crediting that PMS. Then you have, there is a lot of process which is requires to be done. If your vessel is accredited with that class for that PMS, then you automatically upload your reports and they are credited. You most of the time you will not need attendance only. Obviously, for the open, you definitely still would require an attendance. But on most of our ships, what we have is it is not vessel specifically accreditation for class.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to know. Thanks a lot.
And
there is
your
one suggestion.
Yeah,
if
please,
there is a ship-specific class survey status report, which we review quarterly, now it just actually become monthly. If you see from the last 2 years, I think so. The classes, they have already said, the classification societies, you can review the classification survey status report monthly instead of quarterly nowadays. So in that case, is it possible if we link most of the CSM items type specific with the ship specific ShipShore PMS and mandatory, can make our chief engineers to do their part of 7% quarterly basis? So in that case, 1 yearly 21% CSM can be diligently and dedicatedly completed on time. Is it something, it's a suggestion, but it's a task for the company, I think.
No, it's a very valid suggestion. And we, in fact, if you see, I don't know how familiar you are with ShipShore 2. There is a provision for these surveys, but yes, I mean we have not. It is coming as and when they are becoming due, depending on what dates you have keyed in. But we have not allotted that 20% ratio or percentage as of now. But yes, they do reflect as and when they're coming due.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Raman, for raising this very important concern. Thank you, Suman, for your response to that. It was quite engaging. We have 2 more questions in the chat. One is from the Captain Graslausius Casimir Raj regarding surveys involved with ILO, but I believe this mean inspections, like a kind of MLC inspections. Captain, can you please switch on your microphone and just clarify the question?
Yeah, yes, please. Go ahead. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Loud and clear, Captain Saab. Go ahead, please. Yeah. So what's your question?
No, I didn't raise any questions. However, since you put a point, I'm just having, since my last vessel, I had a situation. So the overdue crew due to pandemic, okay, there was agitation, strikes and everything. And basis this, how we are going to appraise them and the performance and the appraisal report. Before the signing off on, the crew department was claiming to give an appraisal report. On what basis we have to give them? When there is a real crisis, everybody understands it's beyond control and they are demanding for the good appraisals. How we can give?
I think, Captain Saab, I always believe appraisals has to be factual. What it should represent an individual's performance on board. Yes, if we do understand it's a COVID time, people are stressed for sign off. Those kind of consideration definitely can be given, but if the certain amount of professionalism has to be maintained, you would agree with with me on that. You know the efforts what office is making in terms of signing you off. We have been sharing with you during calls and the mails which are going from the crewing team. So I would reiterate, no matter what, I think the appraisals has to be factual. It should represent the actual performance of a person. It should not be biased. Let's say I should not be personal. Yeah.
This is what exactly I meant. There was a great support from office, especially from you and Mr. Tilan. And every day, most of the time, the counseling, what he was doing was great. But the main persons, the critical persons, when without them, the vessel cannot move A to B, B to C. When they do some such kind of mistakes and non-cooperations, that point, what we should. That's why I mean.
Yeah, can I take that, Sumant, if I
Go
may?
ahead, please. Go ahead,
So
please.
thanks for that question. It's a very, very valid question. I think, and I think Vitali spoke about this. What happens is that the appraisal is over a certain period of time. Yeah. And it's not about one incident or one moment in time. If somebody has not been performing, I think consistently, you need to tell that person or put it down or document it or whatever has to be done. Even verbally, I mean, if you tell a second mate or a second engineer or a third engineer that, your performance is not up to the mark, and you tell this person 3-4 times, I mean, that is good enough. You can say, and you can make a small entry in your book saying that on so-and-so date, I had a conversation. But when you start looking at, what Sumant said about professionalism, I don't know the exact details of what you're saying, but I can share with you, there was a chief engineer who basically put off air conditioning on board, put off the galley power. I mean, is this really professional? You tell me. I mean, I was a seafarer, and I would be very, very annoyed if my chief engineer actually put off galley power or put off the air conditioning or switched off the fresh water. This is not professionalism. I mean, yes, we fully understand that there is problems with reliefs, and unfortunately, I mean, I feel for each one of you because I know what it feels to be extra on board. Yeah, all of us in the office are seafarers. We know what it feels to be extra on board. But unfortunately, with the COVID crisis, especially for Indian nationals, do you know that at one stage we couldn't do a crew change anywhere from Suez till Japan? I mean, and even Korea was the only place we could do a crew change, and there it required 28 days to get a visa. So, I mean, much as we would love to change the crew, the only place where we could change Indian crew was to bring the ship next to the Indian coast and, let's say, Cochin or someplace carry out the crew change. So, I mean, having said that, there are, you have to understand our problem. In fact, it's not as if we don't want to relieve people. We do want to relieve people. But then if you look at professionalism, I mean, we all have to be rational. And especially as we are more and more senior in rank, I think that professionalism has to be more, because we have to set an example. Otherwise, a junior officer will say, look at my chief engineer, or he's putting off all this. I mean, people were laughing. I mean, let's face it. I don't have to say this because I think all of you will agree that this is not being professional. I mean, so I mean, that is something which is unacceptable. But at the same time, when you start looking at particular only about one incident, I think, you cannot go by just one incident. I mean, you have to be, a person would have had a number of cases along his tenure on board where you would have had to say that you're not up to the mark, So I hope that answers your question, but I think, there is a division between being professional and not being professional,
And entirely agree on being professional, not professional. We are like some people are experienced, but more than 35 years experience in the topmost rank. And when that person could not deliver, then we are relying on the juniors. And the juniors also the fresh candidates, and they cannot deliver. The shippies are normally high challenge vessels and trading in the high seas, like China, Korea, Japan, and all. So we need to keep up all the time. When real crisis comes, then they have to show their experience, especially the senior most. When they themselves find that it comes to everyone, it's the life of even people. Because then they say only one reason is the fatigue. We are not being relieved, all the excuses. Middle of the night, as a master, we have to go up and down and to solve the issues to make the people at least safe, So that case, we have to talk to them, counsel them to come to the certain point. Then again, in certain, after 10 days, it's repeating. Like that, it was going on. Then finally, they got relieved. Then it was okay. But in that cases, we cannot complete any appraisals or performance on that critical situations. They won't agree anything, and they will make any big issues. We cannot even get their signatures. That's what I meant.
Yeah, well, very good point, I think, but you don't have to make an appraisal that even we are watching the whole scenario from here, you see. I mean, let's face it. I mean, at that level, right, I don't think it is right. It's not right. I mean, you just think about it. What sort of example are we conveying, What sort of example? We are supposed to be leading by example, as we say, yeah. And if that's the example we give, I mean, you don't even have to put it down in an appraisal, because I don't know. I'm sure we are talking about the same incident on the same ship, but I mean, I believe that is definitely not a professional approach for somebody that senior, and let's face it. I mean, people will be relieved when we can. I mean, I understand. I mean, people have to be relieved. I've given instructions to the manning department to be 100% transparent, because see, I spoke about transparency in the morning. I think we need to be very transparent with you, because if you are our representatives on board, like the masters and the chief engineers, we need to be able to set you up in a position that you can talk to your crew and explain to them. Because if we don't, I think then we are not doing what we are supposed to be doing here. Yeah. Yes, I hope that answers your question. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. One more question, sir, regarding the training on board. Recently, last vessel, we received the OTG, and most of the crew, they start completing it. But every time we have to have the renewal from office. So it's already set up, like we have to certain pace of courses we must complete within certain period or something, so that we could plan it on board and train them.
I'll leave Vitaly to answer that one.
Yes, definitely. The list of courses is periodically reviewed, and also the training matrix is periodically reviewed by our HCCQ department, and all those changes, they're only conducted based on the suggestions and improvements, recommendations from our HCCQ department. And again, we review the matrix toward that majority of courses can be completed on board within the certain period of time. And why we moved to the OTG platform again, because it's more flexible. It allows to display to seafarers not all those 130 titles available in the system, but only those that are related to their job and their type of vessel.
Yeah, like one minute. Like before prior joining, there is some courses pending. The training department, they started out this course is new to complete. Then once we go on board, again the same is coming on board. This person must complete so and so courses. So we do that. Okay, I understand the software issues. It may not be getting updated, and then again they are giving setup of courses. So we train them. Then it must, when the moment we enter it, can't it be automatically updated?
Yeah, they actually updated those courses are updated, but they updated in the system based on the data export performed by the master. Normally, procedure requires a monthly update to be sent from the vessel. So you replicate all the data changes in the system down on board. But it's a minimum requirement. If you believe that system needs to be updated more frequently, you're welcome.
Okay.
You're not You're not restricted to send these updates on a, say, weekly basis. And then all those changes done on board the vessel, completed courses will be reflected in the shipshore on a monthly basis. And the crewing department will not send you reminders as frequently as they are. Because, you know, the shore-based CFR training application, the replication is about every 6 hours. Then once the person completes the training, it's almost immediately reflected in the shipshore. From the vessel, it's not an online system. The replication needs to be done and sent manually. And the minimum requirements is the monthly basis. But if you believe you need to send more frequent updates in order to minimize inquiries from the crewing, you're welcome to do it. You are not restricted to do it.
Suman sir, one more question regarding the CMS. Okay, regarding the CMS, one of the chief was clarifying here. I think the CMS with the boiler survey and lifting gears, all involved with ILO, is directly hazardous with the human being. That's the reason it's not been extended. Am I right?
That's what my understanding also, Captain Saab. I mean, I don't know. There's no one has given the explanation about it. I mean, the class doesn't mention, but that's what I would presume because there is a human element to it. That's why these surveys are considered.
I think it's supposed to be in Canadian Labor's Union. Most of the general cargo ships go. The lifting gear used to be inspected by them, and then the class surveyor used to come. They used to say, if the lifting gear fails, there should be no cargo operation. And they say it's a human element. That's why I understand. That's why I clarify. Because the last survey in Singapore, the survey did exactly say, your ILO is getting expired. Soon you'll renew the lifting gear survey.
Correct. That's true. Since Captain Saab, just to update you, you were talking about the gentleman, his performance. Just to let you know, he's been released from the fleet and he will not be hired again.
Okay.
I hope it answers your question.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Quite interesting discussion, engaging discussion. It's so interesting that we even cannot see how the time is quickly flowing out. Now we already about 30 minutes overshoot our session, our timing. So thank you very much for your questions. If there will be any more question, you can write to us and send the question to the ship management team, and you will get your responses by email. And before we move to the closing remarks, I would kindly ask all of you to switch on your cameras to make this historical picture of all participated in this training. Please switch on the cameras. Please, I would kindly ask you, all of you, switch on the cameras. It's good to see everyone on the video. This will only take a minute. We will make 3 photo batches.
Okay. Hi, Vitaly. Hi, everyone.
Yeah.
Okay, this is Karen. I'm on my count. Oh, just smile. Okay, 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay. Just one more to go.
Probably we'll make one more time and then select the best one.
Okay. Okay, one more. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, all good, Vitaly.
Okay, thank you very much one more time, and I would proud to invite again Managing Director Pradeep Kelly for his closing remarks.
Yeah, thank you, Vitaly. Thank you very much. So without taking too much time, I think we are already running behind schedule. So I just wanted to a couple of things I wanted to say. I think in the morning we heard from the PSC in Australia, and I think one of the key takeaways from that was transparency. So remember, I mean, we need to basically be transparent so that we don't run into trouble, because that's the way clients like it. That's the way everybody likes it. In fact, PSC, vetting inspectors, everybody, yeah. We had some excellent presentations through the day, I think, on various topics. And I think we spoke about challenging each other if we see something that is not right. And we had some amazing case studies which were presented of incidents in the fleet. And I think there was a lot of takeaway. There was a lot of interaction, which I was happy to see from all of you. And I think if you ask me, I mean, first of all, I'd like to thank each and every one of you for taking your time out of your vacation to join this conference, online. Much as we would have liked to do this conference face to face, so that I would have got a chance to meet each one of you in person. Hopefully, after this COVID is over, we will do that somewhere close to Chennai in one of the nice resorts and invite you. But till then, I think, it is, thank you very much for being there today and sacrificing your day for basically something very, very important, which is how we should work together as one team. So my profuse thanks to each one of you for attending this conference. Also, I would like to thank all the speakers, because I think they have done a lot of preparation and background work, and for the presentations, which were of a very, very high quality. I said thank you very much. And of course, last but not the least, thank you to Karen, Pauline, and Vitaly, and to Sartaj and his team for making sure that they hosted this online seminar. It was the first time for me, because I've always had, I'm used to making a presentation in person, which is far easier actually, if you ask me, because it's interacting with the audience. It's slightly different online, and but they did a fantastic job of hosting this. So a big thanks go to them, and a big applause to them. I am actually, as I said, I think earlier, I'm looking forward to working with each and every one of you to make sure that we get everybody home safely and we have flawless customer service delivery. So please, let's work all together as one team. Help us here in the office to help you by being transparent, open, and let's share what we have, so that we can, as Lalit said, together we shall be able to face the challenges better than you on board alone. Because as I told you, when you have a problem, it's not your problem, it's our problem. Yeah, that's the difference. And with that, I think, thank you for this very, very engaging conference. And I wish you a excellent rest of your vacation. Spend quality time with your families. I believe that is something you have earned, and something which you need to spend time with your families. So wish you all the best. Have a lovely day and have a lovely vacation ahead. And thank you.
Thank you, Pradeep, for the warm words. Thank you, everyone, for your participation, active participation during this seminar. Definitely, thanks again to all the training service team who prepared and facilitated this seminar. The last slide is the feedback slide. We would like to hear from you about the seminar content and way of delivery. Even you decide to write any kind of improvement suggestions, we always to hear that one. We're always glad to improve in our delivery processes and the procedures. We encouraged everyone to finish the survey before leaving the session, but nevertheless, feedback link will be sent to your emails also. So thank you very much. I wish you all the best, safe voyages. I wish the wealth and prosperity to you and your families. Again, thank you very much for the participations in today's seminar. Hope we'll meet with you face to face, physically later on, definitely. Thank you.